debating the evil thing. From my perspective, there'll be quite a few changes anyway. I'm going to go down, hit the caverns pretty quickly. I want to actually claim part of the caverns. I'm going to freestyle build. I'm not going to use my blueprints, which is going to drive me insane, but we'll make it work. So, totally willing to try evil. I imagine it will end badly, but totally willing to try it. It might just mean that we get another new fort really quick. So, but I imagine it would take me a couple attempts at that before we actually probably want to start with Sinister, I guess. So there's not generally a difference between benign and neutral as far as the good or the neutral biome, so I'm not sure. So, like I said, not opposed to it. Wasn't planning on it, but not opposed. So I'll leave it up to a chat can vote on it. So I don't know. What's your opinion? I'm gonna look through these settings real quick. I've got end year set to 100. What else do we have? Probably, yeah, I've upped the variance for the volcanism. That helps get you some areas that are sedimentary right next to the volcanic area. I do have, hang on, let me go back. Back to main menu. I do have it on, but I'd gone through the control menu here, and let's double check that everything is turned. I used to run that, the aquifer drain, so only the top two layers were there, but I've turned that off. I am leaving the eggs fertile thing on because that's fine. Automation. I've got all of those turned off except the ban cooking and the set boulders and logs to false, which I'm going to leave that. Prioritize suspend manager. I don't think I can play without suspend manager. It would drive me insane. But I've got the auto butcher turned off, auto chop, auto cheese, auto clothing, auto farm, all of that. We're gonna try it out. So, we'll see which ones truly start driving me insane after a while. Detailed mode. So, end year 100, which I tend to like to run with, but I don't know, sometimes I move that around. I'm not really set on that one. I've got the volcanic variance turned up so I can get some sedimentary near volcanoes in case we want to do a volcano one. I don't think I'd mess with anything in here. That's all default. Where do we have this? Minimum number of volcanoes I've got set to 200, which I typically always have, just so there's lots of volcanoes in the world if I want to play on a volcano. Depends on your cup of tea, I suppose. Pure vanilla, and setting automated butchery and some other farm related workshops. Yeah. That's what I'm gonna play around with. I mean, I generally have automated butchery turned off at the beginning and then set it manually because it doesn't have where I can pick out, because I customize how many of each animal I want. We're just gonna try and do that as the game intended. So we will have some fun with that. Mineral scarcity, I've got set to 500, which I think is equivalent to frequent on the basic options. I'm not totally sure on that. I'd have to look back up. I didn't change anything with titans, werebeasts, necromancers, good versus evil ratios. Nothing with the different land regions. Sorry, I couldn't think of that. I usually, on my normal favorite, I do have rivers turned way up because I like to play with a river, but we are not going to be doing that, so I set erosion and all of the river stuff back to default. I do have cavern layer openness kept up at 85, and passage layer density, I think I've got it at 5 here, usually have it at 10. That just makes more open caverns, which I like to play with. Let's see. Only 5 Z levels above layer 1, so that's the minimum. It's not the maximum, but that is the minimum. You will have at least 5 Z levels between the surface and the cavern, first cavern. So usually I play with that on like 12 and do my entire fort before the first cavern. I don't think there's anything else in here that have changed. No. So, create world. Let's go take a look, see what we get. We might have to run this through a couple times. And it's loading. Slowly, we're up to year 60. See, lots of elf things happening. Some dwarves. The dwarf corrupted zombie. Joy. Some goblins. Couple human things. And then the waning season of the creature of persuaders founded begun coastal. Interesting. Okay. Let's play and let's find a starting location. How are those sound settings, by the way? Music and voice. Everything coming through clearly? Anything too loud, too quiet? Fortress mode. Okay. Let's see, we've got some dwarves over here. Some goblins. Elves are over there, and some scattered through the middle, it looks like. Basically the middle quarter and a little on the edges. So let's see what we've got. Savagery. I don't care about on this one. If anybody's got an opinion, now is the time to speak for evil or non-evil. See, we do want flux. We do want a light aquifer. We do not want a heavy aquifer. I do want iron. Sand would be nice. Not necessary, but if we see one with sand, that would be cool. Roll sounds neato. You're just gonna get me killed, but okay. Let's see, so... Evil. If I die really fast, it's all your fault, which is totally gonna happen. That does narrow down the places we can settle, which is good for finding a place more quickly, I guess. And I wish on the I wish it gave us more granularity we could select on the embark, so I could be like evil, but not Untamed Wilds equivalent. I don't want terrifying. Let's see, that's haunted down there. There's some terrifying over there. Terrifying. Sinister. Which I totally forgot what I looked up not 5 minutes ago. Dwarf Fortress. Evil. Biome. Okay, so Sinister is evil benign and haunted is evil neutral. So Sinister is maybe slightly better than haunted, but they should be fairly equivalent. Those are Sinister. So maybe right in there. Let's see, that's got elves, humans, and goblins. There are not many goblins. Down here, that's haunted. We don't have anyone nearby, so just be us. That doesn't sound fun. Haunted. Elves, humans, goblins. Again, with not many goblins. Oh, there they are. That's a lot of goblins. That's pretty close to the coast, though. That could have the caverns really deep. Wait, That's a good area. Why is that area showing up? Right on the edge? Huh. It's a good area, almost or an evil area surrounded almost entirely by good. Haunted. Shallow sand. That would be a weird area. I don't really want heavily forested, but we could work with that. We could do half and half, like right there. Let's see, iron, flux, little soil, so no sand, but that, like I said, was a minimum or not a major requirement. Up here, Sinister, iron, flux. Kind of liking the look of this one. Up in the mountains. What's the elevation like here? Yeah, it's all pretty high. What are these? These are human hamlets. Sorry. Someone is calling me. Human hamlets, Goblin Town. Get up here. Let's see, right there is a light aquifer and some sand. So if we go closer to the river, we'll get some sand and the light aquifer. It's a little lower elevation there, but not terrible. Let me put my phone on vibrate before it goes off again. Forgot to do that before the stream. Okay, well, speak now or forever hold your peace, or we are gonna go, like, right there. Okay. You've selected an evil area. You may find very unpleasant environs here. Oh joy. Oh. Confirm. This is gonna be bad. We're all gonna die. Okay, I do not want any grazers. We will not be taking grazers with us. Since we're not taking any grazers, we'll have to buy them later once we have an underground pasture set up. We could add in an extra cow, or an extra pig. And I guess an extra poult. That would be fine. What do we have going on in here? Let's see. Garden vegetables. Got some strawberries, some blackberries. Not that we will be doing any surface growing of crops, but this will give us some variety at the beginning. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, we've got 2 quivers. What else do we have here? Plump helmets, meat, iron picks. Got some copper bolts and some copper crossbows. Yeah, it should have a nice little valley. So I should have some I could have mark stores right at the beginning. Microcline blocks. I'm not... Okay, I do have some microcline there. Let's see. 36, 34... 8, 9, 10. That should be plenty of microcline to make enough blocks for all of my potential workshops in case we don't run into microcline. And just some blocks to be able to get a stone worker and a carpenter up and running right away. We've got some wood to start off. Let's see, weapons. Do we have enough to buy a hammer? Weapons. Or a mace? Let's see, warhammer. Hammer. We could do some warhammers. Maybe actually clear off enough that we could get an iron hammer, but I think I'd rather have 2 copper war hammers. What about bucklers? Bucklers, those are also 20. We'll get one of those. I would need quite a few points to be able, 15 points to be able to grab another one of those. Let's see. Double the DPS. True. Which is always a good thing. Okay, I could just not... Well, I like to bring mugs with me from the get-go. That keeps stores happy, but I don't need so many of them. So if I bring 3 of those, that frees up another 10 points. I only need 5 points. Drop one of those pieces of microcline. And let's drop one of the muskmelons and then get another copper buckler. I think that'll be okay. So 2 female dogs, 1 male dog, 2 female cats, 1 male cat, 2 female pigs, 1 male pig, and 9 female poults. Okay, group symbol, the Hammer of Raining. That is a good dwarf name. Oh, I did not even check what civilization we were joining. Okay, we're gonna have a surprise civilization, but they have a good name. So, crossing fingers. The Manor of Gleams, that is not good. The Godly Channels of Grizzle, that is way too long. The Razor of Talking. The Halls of Carnage, I'm okay with that. Griffin Banners. Let's see. It's just my favorite color. Purely as aesthetics. I like to have all of my workshops made out of a matching color, and I really like the color of the microcline. Griffin Banners. Let's get rid of the Griffin and let's see. Hammer. We are HammerBanners. Our civilization name is the Hammer of Raining. So I think HammerBanners kind of goes with that. The Halls of Carnage. Yeah, we're gonna accept that. Okay, dwarves. Now, especially since I'm on an evil one, we are going to take our time here and do this properly for maximum potential. So, personality. Dreams of mastering a skill. Gotcha. Personally has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, values loyalty, and doesn't really value merrymaking. Deep-well patience, willpower, and good creativity, but he has poor analytic abilities, iffy memory, and little difficulty with words, and quite poor. The Banner of Hammer reigns in the Halls of Carnage. Yes, exactly. So you would not make a good trader. Let's get rid of your skills. Do any of you have skills that would work? You're just kind of negative. Dreams of creating great work of art. I'm totally fine leaving you as the woodworker. Let's see. Great kinesthetic sense, great memory, good intellect, and a feel for music. Shortage of patience and a large deficit of willpower. You will make a good doctor. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna get rid of this. And we're gonna give you some 2 points in diagnostician, 2 in surgeon, 1 in bone doctor, and then I always make my doctor also my engraver unless skills just really don't align. Miner, you suck at everything and you dream of mastering a skill. Perfect, you will make a great miner. You don't have anything that's wrong with kinesthetic or spatial, so you should be okay. Great kinesthetic sense, great memory, very good focus, a way with words, and a good feel for social relationships. Little willpower. Personally thinks that the pursuit of the skills of warfare and fighting is a low pursuit indeed. Finds friendship burdensome. That's sad. Doesn't really see the point of working hard and doesn't particularly value loyalty. Kind of sound like a politician. Let's see. Preferences. Like native platinum or aluminum. That's rare. Rose gold, precious fire opal, the color orchid pink. Picks, gauntlets, coffin, scepter. Well, I don't want you to be elected. Okay, but you can be my traitor. I just not gonna give you social skills that might get you elected. Let's see, appraiser, negotiator, persuader, organizer, record keeper. Ooh, I don't... Let's see. Maybe 1 down on persuader and give you 1 in judge of intent. That'd be okay. Siege operator. Personality, great deal of patience, very good feel for social relationships, and a lot of willpower. Or empathy, difficulty with words. Dreams of mastering a skill, okay. You also dreamed of mastering a skill, right? I don't have many that are dream of making great work of art on this one. You can be our miner. Give you 1 point in swimming just to be safe. And then I always make my miners also stone cutters, I think it is. Yeah. Just so you can go make rock blocks when you don't have mining to do. Did you have anything that would keep you from being a decent siege operator? Doesn't look like it. Engraver. Ability to read emotions fairly well, good intuition and willpower, but she has an iffy memory, meager creativity, and quite poor focus. Dreams of creating great work of art. Let's see, I still need my stoneworker. So, we'll give you... Take engraver away. No. Give you stone carver. Right? Yeah, it's stone carver. That's the one that does the furniture. And we will also give you stone cutters so you can make rock blocks. I've been doing since the siege update, really trying to get a siege operator guild off from the get-go. I don't think I honestly care so much about that. They just wait till they have a couple sieges and they'll get the skills anyway. And I can set up a little training area. So I think I'm going to change your skills. I used to have this person as my farmer, who I think I'm going to go back to that. Let's take away siege operator stuff. And organizer and teacher. Going to give you back farming, which that is under crucial. And then anything else I have that I would like? Let's see. Stoneworker and woodworker will probably need to be my first. Here, I'm gonna give you some. You're gonna be one of the hammer dwarves. Let's see, do we have anything else? I'm just gonna give you lots of hammer dwarf skills. Maybe you can teach somebody else later on. And our stoneworker, I'm actually going to remove 2 points of stone cutting, and let's give you Marksdorf. Same thing over here. Since we are embarking on an evil... Wait, no. Woodworker? Yes. We'll take a little away on Carpenter and give you Marksdorf. Since we're risking life and limb on an evil biome. Okay, save profile. Overwrite. And then let's embark. We're all gonna die. Saving. Is this our little valley that's not evil? A dwarven outpost. You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended. Your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all of Nilikud. There are almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance. Whether by bolt, plow, or hook, provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before winter entombs you, but it is spring now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings ere the dingoes get hungry. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here at this place. Nilzelbon, yeah. HammerBanners, strike the earth. Okay, let's look around. This all looks pretty normal. I know, expected an evil biome to look more evil. Let's check out. We are Sinister Mountain. Okay. Sinister. Huh. So it's kind of around all of the left side and then around the edges a little bit. It's actually less of the map is Sinister than I thought, but we'll deal with it. Okay, this one. Savannah Temperate. Actually, that says Evilness 53. Huh. I think they're all borderline, and then the Sinister Mountains have tripped over some kind. I don't know where what number trips it into showing up as Sinister. Okay, so where's our little wagon again? We're over here. Let's just dig in over here. Yeah. Okay. Dig in right here. Let's go at least 8 back, and then I'm going to have us go straight down. At least 1 level there. And let's see. Three for workshops. 3 for that. Probably 12 down, I'd say. Something like that. We might need more. Probably gonna need more space than that, but we can dig that out later. Okay, and then underneath that, we'll do the same. So I'm thinking that'll be where I bring the animals in. And then we'll set up our first starter little base there. go around this actually. I'm gonna turn the music down slightly. It's kind of loud to me. Okay. So let's actually, I'm gonna make this one priority 2. So I want to get our stuff in first, and then we'll bring the animals in as quickly as we can. Change labor to miners. You guys only do that for a little while. Woodcutter, you can be our expedition leader. Farmer, nobody should be fishing. Braver, everybody can cut stones. Everybody can do siege stuff. Everybody can haul. That looks okay. Okay, use any cloth, automatically collect webs. That's fine for right now. Hauling, refuse, and dumping. I actually want to change this. To dump all of those. Hunter ammunition. Not that we should have any hunters, but don't use our copper bolts, please. Stone use. Let's see, we have detected dolomite and marble and obsidian. So turn all of those off from non-economic use for now. We might turn some of them back on later. Don't use allanite or bauxite. Basically, any stone that I might want to use for something in particular, I turn off from the use in non-economic jobs. So any work order that you have that you say you don't specify what kind of rock, you just say like make rock figurines, which is one I'll have later. It will use anything that is selected for economic job or non-economic jobs. So anything I leave checkmarked here. Jet, kimberlite, microcline, marcasite, olivine, periclase. So mostly I'm just unchecking the pretty rocks that I might want to use in something else. Bauxite is what I generally like to make my mechanisms out of. It's magma safe, but depending on what we find on the map, we might do it out of like gabbro or something. Whatever we find that's lava safe. Okay, nobles. Manager, expedition leader, chief medical dwarf. Our expedition leader will also be our broker and bookkeeper. Going to make, let's see, our woodworker, our militia commander for right now. Create a squad with crossbows, leather armor. We're going to assign, let's see, the stoneworker. And then we're going to create a new squad, which will be melee leather armor for right now. And efficient hammer dwarf. So you can go there. And let's check out equip. All of that looks fine. Worn over clothing, yes. Since we're on an evil biome, I want these up and running as fast as possible. Wait, why aren't you? New weapon. Specific weapon. You should use a warhammer, please. I don't care what it's made out of right now. No, I don't want to discard. I want to confirm. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, on work orders. Normally, I would use an import thing, but I'm trying not to do that on this one. One, I'm kind of unhappy with these and I need to redo them, but also just to let people see how I go about deciding them. So let's shift click. I'm actually going to delete these and start over from the beginning. But once you figure out what work orders you want, I highly recommend using that so you just don't have to go through the manual monotonous each time of setting up work orders. Okay. In pasture, we'll keep the animals right here for right now, but not for very long. And we will do a refuse pile over there. Okay, let them go. We'll see how this turns out. Thanks for the beer, Lurker. Oops a lot. It's raining filthy filth. Oh joy. What does the filthy filth do? Does it actually stretch over to our starting area? That's a question. I'm not seeing it here, so we might have lucked out on that one. A pool of filthy filth. Joy. Well, this might actually be the best place to start, in that we're not quite into the evil, we're just next to it. I don't know what filthy filth does. That one that's gonna insta-kill my dwarves? As long as they don't go over there, maybe they'll avoid it. We'll see. Not gonna end well. Let's see, we don't want stone here. Actually, we do want microcline. No furniture. Let's see, what else do we have in here? Okay, you can bring in anvils and bags. Welcome to the chat, Pringle. You are most welcome. It's a lot more fun when people are chatting away in the chat. It gives me something to respond to. So thank you very much. Oh, let's see what that evil, is it doing anything? I think I'd have to send somebody over to get exposed to it to really know what it would do. And I'm not gonna do that. Nope, we're just gonna watch it from a distance and be happy we're not in it. Okay, stoneworker. Let's make out a microcline, get the first one going. The weather has cleared. What are we finding so far? Basalt. That's a lava safe one, so if we're finding lots of basalt, we might wind up making our mechanisms out of that. But I'm going to allow them to use it for other things right now, because we do need to get going on some projects. Okay, then we also want a carpenter's place, and we'll build that right there. Expand this a little. I'm encouraging them to move things in as quickly as possible. Okay, add new task. I gotta remember, I've gotta put in all of my work order tasks manually. Okay, We want this to be out of microcline. And then let's... Wait, why is that not showing up over here? You have microcline. I specifically brought microcline with us. Why would you be pausing that task? Or canceling that one? Rock block. Oh, and I might have missed the ad break, or we're about to start an ad break. Not sure. We're not doing anything. We're just getting set up right now, so I'm not going to pause the game. Microcline. And I want to do that action. How many blocks did we bring with us? Microcline. That is not all the boulders. Let's say 40 times. Okay, and then let's also set one up for rock beds. I do have a mod installed to make rock beds. Let's see. Let's do the first couple out of just boulders. And I'm not going to specify a type of rock. Then once we get going and we figure out what our different stone types are, I'll specify that better. I don't even remember what all of my different work orders would be. Let's see. Rock figurines. That do 2 at a time. Until, as long as rock figurines are less than 40 and non-economic is greater than 10, that's fine. That's what I like to use as my trade item a lot. Okay, then we need barrels. I'm gonna totally miss some of these, and it's gonna be bad. Wooden bin. We want to make, say, 5 at a time. Whenever empty barrels is less than, say 5. And then wooden bins, let's do the same thing. So that'll work well for getting us going. We'll want a bucket one pretty soon, but I think we brought a bucket with us. We do want wheelbarrows. You should never bring wheelbarrows on embark. They're so expensive on embark, but so cheap to make. I don't understand the logic there. So empty wheelbarrows is less than 5. Make 2 of them. We also need to be making rock mugs. So we brought some with us. How does it make 3 rock mugs? Mug. Probably? That's the metal ones, right? Yeah. Huh. I've never noticed that the mug work order is 3. But okay, make 3 rock mugs. I feel like that changed at some point. Do 5 of those at a time when rock mugs empty are less than 10. Yes. Okay. Continue on, my little dwarves. What else do we need right away? We do need... Oh, we're gonna have to get tables going. That's right. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's fine. Some chairs. What have we found? We've only found basalt because I am trying to get us inside as quickly as possible. So let's make... Let's see. Rock table and rock throne. Wait. Oh, that's why. Okay, get rid of that. Come on, type. Why is it not wanting to type there? Huh, weird. Okay, rock throne and rock table. Let's make 4 of each, and we'll just make them out of basalt. That's fine. Later on, we will replace them with pretty tables. It hit enter and that fixes it for you sometimes. Oh wait, that one worked. Huh. I guess exiting out and back in fixed it, but yeah, I'll have to remember that. And then unpause. Because I'm staring at them paused, and that's not helping anything. Okay, and we can hold off on some of this stuff for a little while. We brought food and drink with us. On your garden vegetables, if you do bring any surface crops with you, they get put in bags, which get put in barrels. So you have to get them out of the barrels, or out of the bags and then back into the barrel just straight. So make a garbage dump, tell them to dump them, and then once you're done, unforbid them, and then they'll get put back in a barrel without the whole bag issue. It doesn't happen if you set up a surface garden and you're actually growing your own. That's not an issue. It's purely the ones you bring on embark. I've forgotten to do that before and been very frustrated when all of my stuff I brought on embark of that nature rotted away. And pasture. Keep digging, people. Bring in all the animals. I want to know what you do, but I'm not willing to send something to be exposed. Oh, and I really hope our caravan comes from the right side of the map. I haven't looked that up before. What happens to caravans that arrive if they're going through an evil biome and they have something rain on them? Do they just die? I could see that being the case. That would suck. We'll dig over a bedroom that way in a little bit. I said to make beds, I did said to make beds. Okay. Expand that stockpile. Yeah, I need to look up all of the different types of rain you can get in an evil biome. I should have done that ahead of time, because I knew someone was going to make me do this, but I didn't. So, we are blindly exposed to the filth. Filthy filth. And I don't know what the other options are, because I know there's some of the rain types in the evil biomes that just flat out just murder you. But I had not looked them up ahead of time. It's not going to go well. We're all going to die, but we will learn things. Which is how we really want it to go. And you guys are going to have to deal with my frustration as I don't allow myself to use my blueprints. It's going to bug me. But we'll go down, we'll claim part of the cavern, and we'll get a pasture set up down there so that then when we have traders come around, we can get some sheep going. Certainly couldn't happen to us. Yeah. No way the dwarf gods would be that mean to us. Okay, I do need to set this up as a little dining hall. Accept that. Welcome to the chat, Makeshift Steam Engine, and welcome back. We are enjoying setting up a new fort. where I am challenging myself in various ways so I don't wind up with just a clone fortress. Like I've gotten into a rut where I wind up with clone fortresses. Just redoing my stuff over and over, and I want to break out of that. So I'm not allowed to use my blueprints. We're gonna go actually use some of the caverns. And then position assumer has made me start in an evil area. So we did actually look out. We were trying... Let me show the world map. Where are we? Oh, I can't zoom in here. I always want that, and I can't. I was trying... there was like a valley right next to it that had... where there was an aquifer and stuff. So I was trying to clip part of that area. And that I think I clipped more of it than I meant to. So everything from like here over this way and left is evil, sinister. But everything to the right is not. So we happen to land right on the edge here and we're getting safely tucked away. Craft store set up, so let's get some work orders for there going. Apparently make mugs there. I had forgotten about. Do that whenever we have empty rock mugs, less than have some stone lying around. We also want to get figurines going. Rock figurines. Make, say, 2 at a time whenever we have less than 40 of those. Those for trading. Set up a meeting area here to helpfully orbs inside. We've got some beds going, so we'll do the dormitory. Then we do... There's... that going. Fuck. Make me like 2 of those for right now. Need to keep things out very badly in this biome. So, put up another door here. So that doesn't truly keep things out. Things can still reach them. Got flowers growing in the filthy filth. Interesting. Apparently they like it. So that makes me really question what kind of flowers those are. Dense mountain avens. Mountain avens flower. Growing in the... Like I said, if I crash for some reason again, I'll just call the stream there and then computer surgery evening and night. Uh-huh. It looks quite gross. I do not know why it started out you saying filthy filth. I'll have to check on that. I don't know why the mod was unhappy with that. But yeah, it looks bad. So up the side, all of this is that evil, the sinister biome. And it's like weird little mushroom flowers growing out of it. I don't know. I don't like it. I'd like you to break down this wagon as quick as you can. Get a, let's see, Tanner going. Probably brought, yeah, we've got a horse with us. We can butcher the horse. Do I normally like to... Oh, and I forgot with the restart. Want garbage dump. Because I have to get my surface crops out of the bag so I can actually use them. Go dump those into the garbage dump, please. Okay. Back in a barrel without a bag. And we will get a still going. Raining filthy. Great. Okay. So that's all of that now. Now we need to think. Well, we need to set up some more alcohol, but then we need to think about how we want to handle this. I guess we want to go down and we want to hit the caverns pretty quick. Item. Available drinks is less than 400. Greater than 5. Greater than... Oh, and I never set up... Good reminder there. With the restart, I had not gone back and set up the barrels or the bins. That real quick. Barrel, wooden barrel. Wooden bin. So interesting. Weird setting up all these work orders from scratch again. Logs. Okay, empty barrels is fine. We probably do want to go ahead and have crutches. In crutch. Wooden splint. Barrel or bucket. One of those at a time, and we'll 5 buckets. Less than, say, 5. On the crutches, splints. On buckets, let's do less than. Not want furniture in here. Stockpile. Stockpile. There. Do furniture in here except for anvils and bags. Let's do bin. Or beds. We need to get dig. Alright, yeah. Actually need to pay more attention to my notifications, because weird things could happen on this evil map that I am not familiar with. And well, okay. So we also need some work orders for. Let's just do easy meals right now. Do 5 of those at a time. As long as we're less than 100. And cookable solids and cookable items is greater than 5. Scared and frightened. Me too. Me too. This is my first time ever doing an evil biome. It is going to go poorly. Though we did luck out in that not the entire thing is... Like, we avoided having that filth actually rain directly on us. First, automate the... Want to save. Okay. And then we're going to dig down. But 47, 46, go down to 30. See if we hit a cavern. What other kinds of rock? Right now we've only hit basalt. Here are the HammerBanners and the halls of the carnage. Great turkey. Oh, we struck microcline. Great. Or microcline. Salt. Obsidian. That's not on a volcano world. Or a volcano embark. Of the microcline, apparently. An obsidian. Pause. We're gonna make some furniture out of obsidian. And we've got enough basalt. We'll do two mechanisms out of that for a while. Dacite. One night. Okay, it's not my favorite. It's a pinky colored. Dacite, microcline. So, you got this. Except make one staircase. That real quick, and then we'll peel that off for right now. And we will study and decide where we actually want to aid caverns permanently. Probably. Wall there and a wall there. Don't want to be too close to the map edge would be. Yeah, not the map edge. Like it, but don't want to be right next to the map edge with the Forgotten Beast. Drink from plants. Yeah, I know. Working on it. Okay. So we decided on dacite for our normal blocks. Rock blocks. Dacite. Give me 5 at a time. Have at least 100. Then rock mechanisms. 2 at a time out of basalt. As long as basalt mechanisms are 10. Then we wanted furniture, right? Okay, so we want rock table, rock throne. Don't need coffers yet. 5 of these I'm gonna do them out of obsidian. But I don't want to actually. Yeah, we're gonna specify that as obsidian. Save a generic version of this here, but I'm not going to. Anytime it is less than 5 is fine. Less than 5. Set a big work order down here. Cavern start. Cavern starts there. water that goes all the way over to the map edge. Have to not do our water from this level because that's not refilled. That is probably going to want to come into the cavern from over here. Assume that aquifer. Possibly. Over here. Connect those up and we'll see how it goes. Might have an aquifer that we're going to be hitting. Might put a tavern down there. I want to get pasture set up pretty quickly, and that's going to be our source of trees. I'm certainly not messing with surface trees on this map. Though we could actually go grab a few from the side. Efficient? No. You're a human, you require large clothes. That makes you annoying. Damp stone warnings yet. Since I'm not doing my normal barrack setup near the top, I might actually want to do a tavern fairly near the surface. One over here, but that then I put a roof on to try and keep the cave adaptation. I'll have to think about that. Set up a generic rock bed one. One out of blocks now. Whenever amount of beds is less than 2, make 2. Fine. That's true. Barb. That is just on evil maps, right? And that's on my list to do with this run through is actually set up a proper clothing and dye industry. Hide route. Open to the evil area. It's all just dead filth right now. Most of that area was mountain anyway. Grow there. I'll have to look around later. But yes, I intend to have a functioning dye industry. Mudstone, that's okay. Perfectly fine using mudstone for the generic jobs. I'm kind of thinking all of our evil biome actually has wound up being mountain. We were mostly in the mountains, and that's why I tried to do a little sliver. I needed a little sliver that wasn't mountain. I think that's where our not evil area actually came from. Dig. See if there's an aquifer over here or not. Oh. Oh yeah, you guys are grazers, but we were gonna slaughter you, so that's okay. Build, yes, we butcher. So butcher. I have to do it through the menu here and do it one at a time if I want to designate which one. That's all fine. Go ahead and train you guys as war dogs. Restock some meat and give it bones. Or oh, we set that all up. Bone figurine. Not gonna have shells, but I'll throw it in here. Randomly get one somehow. Are there any other figurines? Horn, ivory 2. Not actually game yet, unless they added it recently and I missed it. Horn, ivory, and horn figurine. Now clicking out of the screen. Figurine. Yep. So make is 1, 1, and 1. Ever the amount of figurines and rotten body parts. Actually, making them, and it's whatever bones are greater than 30. Shells. Greater than 1, I guess. Horn. I think we can use horn for anything else, so 1. And where's the other one? Ivory 2. Greater than 1. Yep. Want some obsidian, so we're gonna come down here. L. That is a lot of obsidian. Okay. I have epic amounts of obsidian. Really weird. You're not by a volcano. How close are we to a volcano? Oh, actually, we're really close to one. We're just not actually using the volcano, but we are on the foothills of the volcano. What do we know around us? We are at... Actually, that's just our dwarf. That out. Grab some obsidian, please. What are we doing down here? Need a floor. Stone, not microcline. A floor right there. Never got a damp message. But aquifer over there. That's not an aquifer message. Where's the from? Might get us killed. Big one. One staircase there. Joy. Okay, so there is an aquifer right there. That we can live with. So go smooth that. Obscene amount. Herbs. Don't want to drown. Night. Conglomerate. Yeah, that makes sense. Have to be conglomerate to have an aquifer down here. Okay. That again. So, but that probably means we can dig out this one fine. The conglomerate is going to stay near. Ooh, there's some jet near the edge of the cavern. Realize we're digging aquifer. It's intentional. No, you're human. I'd have to make you large clothing. Appears to be just going to constantly pretty much rain the filthy filth stuff. Oh, so joyous. Okay. Probably all aquifer, but we can smooth that all pretty fast. Dig dig. First migrants. Check out where they're at. Oh, uh-oh. No! No! That is not where we wanted you to arrive from. I can get rid of the wagon. Being infected. Proven child. Sickly. Health. So far I'm not seeing it. About you. Hogan Lance Waters, creator of new arrival. Oh, our weaponsmith has already made an artifact. Nice, legendary weaponsmith. We'll gladly accept you. None of your other skills are high, so I'm not worried about you being high or anything. Luck to already have one. I'm not sure you can actually get vampire that early. I don't think so. Brought a pig. So let's. It's uneasy when caught in weather. Okay, look at that. Uh-oh. You're injured though. What did it cause problems? Okay. Plan, we dig really fast to make a mini hospital here. Where was my digging down here? You guys go that really fast. I'm glad I came back to check on it. Okay, and then this. And no, we're gonna cavern. Set the hotkey for it. Back upstairs. Fine on the swing. Glad I brought a doctor with us. Oh, and it's gonna be an ad break, so I will work on the hospital, getting that set up during the. Stick around, it does help the. Correction. But just that. Doctor thing. Welcome back from the ads. Ad break. Okay. See the doctor. Already grabbed enough furniture. Black dresses. Ugh. Now, we will have pantsuits or some other cool clothing. I don't know. We're gonna have to pick out our standard clothing. Maybe make 3 different outfits that we just make for everybody. Yeah, that's gonna be part of the doing this a manual clothing industry. That out. And make them heads. That is a worker, right? Heads. Can I not add that back in? No! Uh-oh. No, there it is. And we need to make rock blocks out of something. We're gonna do dacite. I don't have enough dacite. Okay. Guys, where's the dacite? Down here. Go dig some of that out real quick. Time. Make this real quick. Just make me 3 of those out of whatever. It's gonna suck though if every time we have a migrant or anything show up, they immediately get sick. But at least we're gonna learn what the stupid filthy filth does. Oh, I like how our chief medical dwarf, I had not read this. She's clumsy and quite susceptible to disease. Not good. Our poor doctor is just gonna get sick all the time. Might die an early death. Little doctor, we might have to move you to something else. I don't want you to accidentally die because I gave you the plague or something bad. Rock bed. Oh. Rock mechanism. I already set that up? Yeah, never mind. I already set that one up. Finally actually built the building for it. Put a bed in there pronto, please. Okay, sick person. We'll get diagnosed. Already treat. Health problems. Oh, you were already evaluated. The evaluation. Rumble. So you weren't actually, there was nothing wrong with you? Felt a little off from being exposed to that? That was... Huh. Well, sad about that. I wanted to know what it did, but apparently it doesn't really do anything. Good. Slightly annoying. Okay, did we accidentally flood everything down here while we weren't paying attention? Smooth right there. Where? That is aquifer. flooding anymore. That way, away from the aquifer. That's away from the aquifer. I don't want to have to come drain this. That would be a pain. Need your pain. Dig, dig. Where's aquifer? That as fast as possible, please. Water to be evaporating, not building. Dig out into the cave. Probably what we need to do, actually. Okay, now let's think about where we want to settle down here. I want to pierce the cavern over here. This is the area we need to get. Aquifer. Map out the aquifer first, I guess. Whoa. Huh. We already have a marriage. That's early. Very early. Got married. The militia captain, Kadol Sigadroth, and the expedition leader, Asmil Lullerstukus, have married. Congratulations. Okay. Go look at you guys. Expedition leader, Asmil Lullerstukus, has married Kadol Tort Treasure. Kadol. Okay. Captain felt love while getting married, but she was resentful after getting into an argument. Fair enough. Our dining room, already a very good dining room. Some table and chairs piled in the corner of our dugout area. Whatever. Okay. Back down here, we do want them working on more microcoin. I want to go. Have any down here? We need to map out this. That's going to be our issue for a little while. Thought it was going to be stuck over there, but it looks like at least got some to right here. That is jet, which is aquifer over there. I don't remember if shit have aquifers. Conglomerate can. Oda McKeeflesh wishes to reside in HammerBanners for the purpose of eradicating the monster. Tell me about yourself, Oda. You are a swords. We're willing to accept dwarves. So look at you. Odom. Your skills. Competent swordsmith. Nice. Professional tracker. Not one I see very often. Okay. Fair enough. I'm going to go ahead this area, early temple. Try and steer them to fortresses, metals, and very door. Flies already has 3. Wealth and mountain, metals, and leaning towards that one. Death, disease, and deformity? No. Music, freedom, and dance. Go with the metals and minerals. Visitors. Then you guys keep digging this area out. And we'll set this up as a early temple. Here's saving. Save break. Grab that. Out that way. Out that way. There. That'll be our temple. Struck a bunch of things. Any of them good? We did strike some jet. Awesome. Where did we strike jet? Accidentally knock into the cavern again? Up with the water. Hot hour. Wait. We're all smooth. Absolutely should not be in this area. Shouldn't be any here. Additional water. That's up to a 4. Want to explore with damp dig. Oh, I did pierce into the cavern over here. Okay. Wall out of stone. Not microcline. Go there. Rapidly. There's... I have to build up a little higher than that. Have a cavern layer we come down to. Like the lakes and the aquifers are intertwined over here. Bloodstone. Bloodstone. Aquifer. Yeah, you are still filling up with water. Where are you getting water from? There's absolutely nowhere it should have been water from. Oh, it's just coming down from above with the aquifer. That's right. Forgetting how aquifers work because I haven't worked with one in so long. Okay. That out. Aquifer up here. Yep, that's what's happening. I would normally set up a place to collect water from an aquifer. Priority on that. I want to actually on a priority one. Move really fast. Is fighting. What? All assigned. We've got pigs, dogs, cats, turkey, blue peahen. Somebody adopted as a pet. My life different. Right now, I'm okay with everything that's in their breeding. We'll set that up separately later on. Here. So I am okay with having a mini cat and dog explosion for the moment. Although it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, the supply caravan from the Hammer of Raining is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with the anticipation of inspecting the splendid products of your industrious craft store. Take careful stock of your own stores. What these merchants offer might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow, meaningless death. Yeah, we need to build the trade caravan real fast because I got that. 3 or 5. You guys go dig there. 1. I'm going to down to it. We'll expand this. Oh, and I changed the difficulty setting so economy is on hard, enemies are on normal. Let me look through that real quick. Okay, with all the enemy population staying the same. Wilderness sensitivity, fine. Minimum raids before first. Queen sieges. That could go down. That could 1. 20%. Otherwise, I have to look at what the hard settings are. I'm going to do a combination. Diplomacy, tree fell count, untamed wilds versus non. You're not on the version of untamed wilds because that's just death. Great constructed walls, yes. I'm gonna have to go do a comparison of these versus hard and pick out which ones I want to up to hard. Quick, I don't want to flood up into that. Would be bad. Make this hotkey. Diplomacy, what do we need? Don't really know. I haven't done much looking into this yet. Leather's always good. Are going to need some variety. So raspberries, blackberries, melons, strawberries. Grab some not yet. Grab that in the future. Yeah, we are working on your trade depot right now. Here, and we need smoothing as we go. going to channel over there so the water runs out into the cavern. Farm set up in the cavern because we rapidly that out. Lavender jade, milk quartz, rock crystal. So, welcome to the channel. We're playing some Dwarf Fortress. I'm currently draining out our accidental water reservoir we made. Go meet the trader. No, I might. We did have a crash earlier and it made OBS upset, so some of my volume settings are not being great right now, so if I need to turn it up, let me know. Broker, no, we don't have a broker yet. Need to move trade things over. Making Moria, but without letting them starve to death. Good goal, good goal. We won't have anything worn yet. Figurines, that's our go-to trade thing. And what else do we have? Look by value. We have some gems we found. So this is a new one where I am trying to force myself not to use all of my normal things. Night caves, trade those too. So I'm not allowed to use my quick fort blueprints. I'd gotten into the habit where all of my caves wound up looking like clones of each other, or all my fortresses wound up looking like clones of each other, and I'm trying to break that. I've got DFhack in, and I've got the, let's see, the one that lets you make stone beds, and I think I've got one, yeah, I've got one that adds extra icons if I do other work details, which I keep in case I ever decide to use it. I generally don't. I think that's it. I'm also on this run, I've turned off almost all of the DFhack things as far as I don't have auto butcher or auto chop. We're not doing fishing anyway because we're on a mostly Sinister biome. And I'm not doing auto clothing. I'm going to try. We'll see how long I last before it annoys me too much to set up a manual or set up a clothing industry and dye industry work orders and manage the animals instead of just letting DFhack do it. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Determined. Broker requested. Come trade. Steel bar from the that's nice. I can get by without buying logs. Flatten an entire map. Mountain, nice. And then I'd been talking about doing it, but I hadn't really been planning on it for this one. But one of the people in chat at the beginning asked, and I agreed, so we are on a mostly Sinister biome. My first time on that, so things are probably going to end badly. I don't expect this fort to wind up living that long. We'll see. Hopefully it turns out not too bad. I did, because I was trying to, or I needed not purely mountain. When I was selecting an area, we did actually wind up with a little bit of a valley that is not Sinister. Not too bad. Might need to grab some more plump helmets, but I think we're okay on that. Neat. Those are expensive copper bolts. Need them that badly. Okay, we're gonna trade the figurines and the rough gems. And then been trying to, I don't know, I'm assuming end of April, beginning of May, was what I was thinking for the next update, but I'm not sure. I haven't checked in on the A12 site in a while. I just decided what to buy. Now I forgot what I was going to buy. Sulfur. What was I buying? What was I buying? And if we happen to have another crash, I'm going to call the stream there and I'll release the VOD. And then I'm going to spend this evening like factory resetting my whole system and figure out what caused the earlier crash. I don't know, because I had one like it at the end of last week. And I can't keep having those. So I've got to figure out what that is. But so far, since the restart, we seem to be okay, other than OBS and messed with my audio some and refused to reconnect with YouTube. So this is a Twitch only stream instead of a dual stream like I had at the beginning. Do leather. Backpacks. Not need a loincloth. Cloth. All of that. A little more. The more we can. They have bags. We should have seeds. Have plenty. Might have to make some alcohol first. Left and right glove. That'll be good for the mark store. Buckler. Grab another copper buckler. Moment. Nice. And we'll have to see how this affects our migrants. I am playing on the economy hard mode, which I've never done before. Grab that steel bar, I guess. The water skins, those are always nice for the military. Let's see if they accept. I have to get rid of that water skin. Awesome. Okay. So we'll let the trade finish there. We'll say no trader required. Bought a gaming PC. Oh yeah, especially if you just bought it, they've gotten so much more expensive. With the data centers driving up the cost of graphics cards and yeah. Something else. I forgot what else they're driving up. I looked at that recently and it was so much more expensive than it used to be. It made me cry a little. Good for you. I love a good gaming. Okay. Check out our digging operation. Okay. That is drained, and now we do have access to the cavern. So let's set up a little farm. 5x3. Going. Do a little tree chopping. Brought some trees with us, so we're not in crazy need, but HDR and VRR. Nice. Trying to smash my hand under my desk. Okay, let's put in a door out. Oh, quick ad break. I appreciate if you stick around. It does help the channel. I'll pause if anything interesting happens. That one. Go ahead. All over here. I have to go up and up. Flyers will be. Oh. We'll. What? Quarantines off. Welcome back from the ads. Getting some different set up here. Trying to quarantine off part of the cavern, though it won't be quarantined from flyers yet. Ground base unit. Are walls that could be. These are mushroom woods. Is a tower cap. If I go up here, you can see up. Diablo 4, nice. Played some of the old Diablo, but I have not played Diablo. Diablo. There was 2. It's been quite a while. Are embarking on their. Well, we could do all. That'll block off and here. Lost my spot. That's a downward slope. Work. That construct. Block off for the downward slope. Block that off. I have not really messed with caverns like that. So, not sure I'm doing this at all correctly, and this could go very badly. But we'll see. Okay. Oh, we stranded somebody. We're on top of the wall. Okay. Fine. Up, down. Not microcline. Up, I guess. Come rescue our stupid little dwarf. Please come rescue our stupid little dwarf. Also, stairs, I guess. Taller. Wait. The other one done. Up. Here. Okay. Fine. Fine. Good over. Up. Okay. Later on, we'll build those up higher, but right now we'll just run on getting some barricades in. So, fighting. No. Missed this. Good. Up the staircase. Troglodyte, make a break for it, it looks like. Troglodyte? Okay. Go death cause. Five. Oh, more breaking out. Okay with them leaving. You guys do not need to attack Troglodyte. They are more than welcome to run around outside. Fighting going on here. Troglodyte. Fix up this temple a little bit. We want to encourage everyone into one. So, what can we do? For early, we're just going to come in here and smooth, but are on economic hard mode, so I don't know how much that's going to actually get. What have we found interesting? We did find dolomite. We need to go look at where that was. Flux. Lignite. Nice. Find dolomite. Dolomite. I've go through environmental notifications so much faster because of all the raining filthy filth stuff. It early on and I just didn't notice. Uh-oh. Did we set up a corpse pile? No. After we came back from the system crash, we did not. You guys go there. Refuge. All of the corpses and all, no, not all, most of the refuse. Yeah. You guys can take out those troglodyte corpses out there. Dolomite, though. There you go. Dolomite. So, not one I can do an auto on, is it? So we'll do priority 4. Put in a dig L, maybe? That is a lot of dolomite. Way more dolomite than we need. But that's good. Rather have way more than we need than enough. That there. Gather more dolomite we needed. Have a little back entrance for the dormitory. Our stockpile a little since we have so much wood in here. Which I'm going to actually disallow now. I'm also allow the microcline. Welcome back. Okay, we want to go ahead and set up some rock coffers to be built. We're gonna do out of at a time. Ever we have less than say 4. And I also want to make rock altars for the temple. Go ahead and make say 5 of those. We'll also do those out of obsidian because I better than obsidian yet. Out some more of that while you're at it. Hematite, that's one night. Okay. I'm trying to figure out what the heck we want to do space-wise. I don't think I made another thing for doors. No, I didn't. Rock doors. Oh, and this is another thing. I'm forcing myself to actually go back and do all of the work orders. I would just import a list I had pre-built in here. But one, I'd gotten kind of frustrated with my pre-built list and wanted to go back and read them. I'm trying to do this more from scratch. And I've got a couple of people that were playing this as they are watching my streams as they were learning the game. And I was like, well, it's better to set it up where they can follow along easier. So obsidian doors and obsidian. And let's say we have less than 4 doors. Got farming set up now. Really work on that. On the door. Like to go find some jet. They can also use bloodstone blocks. Rock block. Also made out of mudstone. Four at a time. Long as mudstone blocks are less than 100. Work on that. So, where do we want to build our base? Here's our little cavern entrance. Obviously, there's not enough room there. Could go here, but that is aquifer territory in the extreme. Lots of aquifer territory around there. So I'm thinking this is probably starting level we want to build stuff on. And again, I don't want to use my quick forts, but I do like some of my layout choices from that. So I think I am just going to turn this stockpile area. That does not need to be priority 1. Priority 3 fine. We're back to fighting? What are you guys fighting? Some angsty chinchillas on this map. Got any more animals? Roaming in there. Do not want roaming animal. Raining filthy filth again. Joy. Which is the weirdest name ever. Our temple here. Actually going to become a temple without too much effort. Make it fairly large though. More of that out when we have time. Oh, there's a Dralta coming up. We're overcome by terror. Run outside, that's fine. No, don't come back in. Let a chinchilla in. Oh. There you go. Don't come back. Fine. Why, oh why, did we have a bucket sitting outside our front door? Oh, yeah. Dwarf Fortress is a great game to just watch people stream. I watched, probably 2 years, and I would occasionally try it and just bounce off until I finally clicked the game. But it's great to get ideas that way. Okay, it's just run in and out. All of the poor little troglodytes there. Aw. Poor little troglodytes. Need some engraving. I'm gonna do engraving just on the outside. In the long run, well, this is a temporary location for a temple, but in the long run, I would put floors in it. We're just getting one off the ground so we can try and keep our temple propagation under control. Hopefully we get this walled in fairly soon, and that'll help with some of that. Determined, I guess, in the long run. I've never tried doing a big cave area before. Are we making enough things for drinks? Low on drinks there, it looks like. Included in other. Got plenty of logs. So say they come down here, they clear off a storage area. Then we're gonna want a work order. Oh. Want a steel. Trying to avoid using my blueprints. They're frustrating. Staircases. Bad, I guess. Need to be priority 1. That staircase. Oh. A staircase over here. We'll have to construct a few. Okay, so if this is supplies, direction. Turning this into my normal layout, which is not what I want. Hello. So, workshops. How do I want to do that? Need a 3x3. Anywhere we're gonna put one. How far across is that? Not quite enough for 7 across. Nine that way. 9 this way. We'll leave all the way in between. Let them dig in other areas while we think this through. And they go the other way. 3 there. There. That out. So workshops from this side. How many was that? That was 11 across. Not quite enough for portable. That operate. Say we did do enough for 12 there. While we're planning out here, we're fighting with troglodytes. Why we gave some weapons. Where are they? Buddy's been seriously. Why? No. Mountain goat. I could set up a pasture down in the cavern now. Have mountain goats that are visiting. Set up some traps. Material. Out here for right now. We'll have to build the wooden cage. That. Cage. Wooden cage. Cage. Me. I'll make 2 at a time. Make sure I keep at least 4 cages in stock, say. Be nice. Probably should do the same thing down here. Here we're going into the caverns. Cage. Kind of right around there. Yep, there's a troglodyte. Follow you. Why are we producing water again? All smooth. Water. Thought we had dried out past that point? Maybe not. Got a giant mole. Okay. Poor Jordan. Monster Slayer guy, come over here and fight the giant mole. Yeah, nope. Nope. Never mind. I don't know where you're going. Another. So, who do we have available? Presser, you can be a planter. Ticket Rizenzos. Interesting name. Woodcutter, okay. That'll work. Sure. Don't want any hunter. We're fisher. Set up another engraver. I think our legendary weaponsmith migrated. Don't really want you. Woodcutter can be. Okay, yeah, we are still producing water. How are we producing water? Smoothed all the edges there. Smoothed it up here. Oh, because we've got to dig out this way. I did it for the other side, and then I did not think about it for this direction. Dig that out, please. Stop the aquifer from raining down on us. Oh, you can tell I haven't messed with the aquifers in so long. Not a good situation. Okay. And now smooth at very high priority, please. Stop it from drizzling on our heads. Got enough of the filthy filth drizzling on our heads up on the surface. Good. If there wasn't an aquifer here, I'd like to actually build some places down here. But I'm fearful that this is a lot of aquifer territory. Mission bad. Perplexed Square. I love your name. Perplexed Square. To reside in HammerBanners for the purpose of eradicating who you are. You are a human maceman. We do not want to make tall clothing. Just reminding me I need to get clothing set up. Ish. Where are my miners? I have you doing non-mining things. Or we were digging up here. Priority 3. Priority 2. Let's turn off damage. I would like to see if this will reveal some more of the aquifer. Oh, and my dog's barking. Hang on. Sorry. Delivery guys, or the dogs think all delivery guys need to be howled at and chased away. You're a little ridiculous, Sherlock. You are. Are a little ridiculous. Kind of looks like that dog too. Little emote. Struck hematite. Yay! My foot, Sherlock. Not need to be licked, but not revealing anymore. Not really. I'd have to do staircase down. One of those. Tell me if there's aquifer. There is. I was afraid. Dead and stone. Or can aquifer be in mudstone? Not remember. Oh, we're gonna have an ad break. Stick around, it helps the channel. Thank you very much. Watch the caverns a bit. While that's going on, I am going to look up what aquifers can be in Fort Fortress aquifer. Like to bomber it, putting stone. Not be in mudstone. Okay, that is ad break, but we're actually having one. Down there. Aquifer underneath. Might go down. Nope, aquifer underneath. That's conglomerate. Conglomerate, yeah, that'll all have aquifer. Bauxite won't. Conglomerate. Let's see any over. Dig. Keep damp dig on. And let's go what we can find damp wise. Get in my way now, buddy. Dog bed over there. Why have your dog beds in here so you can curl up while I'm streaming. Stuff here. To there, and that'll help me get some jet, which I really, really like jet. And if we want to put down on this level. Two shops are there. Here and have them kind of branch off into it. Yeah, that'll work. Not going with my normal layout whatsoever, so go. We'll actually give them, let's say, double wide corridor there. Better passage when we run into damp areas. There's okay. We want to come. That's going to be aquifer territory, and we're going to have to split that out. How this goes. Apparently not. That's nice. Struck petrified wood. Excellent. Straight 10. How are we doing on construction wall? So the base wall is done. Let's get another one going here. Construct a wall. Stone. That way and that way. Make workshops down here. Got 4, 5, 6, 7. 9. Oh, that's more. This side. There. Probably have to. Do a staircase. Come on. Staircase that away. All the way up. Oh, I need is up, down, there, up. Okay. Go ahead and move some of the workshops down here. A stoneworker already. And a carpenter. Put a staircase like right there. Yeah. Oh, it's right there. Construction. Staircase. Ranks have gone back up. We've got are working on stuff. Nice. We're up to 18 dwarves. I'm kind of hoping we don't get migrants for a while. I'd like us to get like the smelters. Go ahead. Right there. Set up microcline. Obsidian one. Obsidian. One at least some. Just rock. Putting, let's see, acid. Bloodstone. Primarily in there. We'll want some jet at some. I don't have them making any kind of jet at the moment, but love jet, and we actually did find some. But hopefully, if we dig some more, explore, find more. Right. Then doing wood over here. Go up top, temporary base. Already took out wood and microcline, right? Yeah. And we can. That works up. That one. Go ahead and get rid of the mechanism. Well, we'll move it downstairs. Rovod. Blocked smoothness. That is a dwarven name. I will be very upset if you are not a dwarf. Blocked smoothness. Your other hammer dwarf. Excellent. And a sword. Rovod and. Okay, we will accept you, Rovod. And Zoogler if they want. Rovod real quick. Rovod. Not you. Rovod. There you go. Monster Slayer, what are your skills like? Competent hammer dwarf. Very good sense of the position of his own body and a very good feel. Petition, there's as well. One thing I'm just totally realizing I didn't think of for an evil map that I think we have lucked out on is that our corpse does not appear to be rising. Though I think I also have that area, since we're a partially evil map, that area is not actually in the Sinister area. So that might work in our favor too. Don't know if we had dead bodies up here, if they would rise or not. Guess we'll see if anything dies up there in the future, if it rises up. Not. Okay. Should go ahead and move on the craft store. Here's our primary staircase. So let's go ahead and dig that as that level. Above. Where to go? Alright, so boy. When I told it to dig something and missed a spot. Dig up to that level. Go ahead and cut a right now. Later on, we'll have to decide where we'll off and put trap cord. Metod labor sacks. Side. We're also a sword. I have a ton of monster slayer dwarves around. I think I'm okay with. Okay, then we need a stockpile. Let's see, where do we want to put? Go ahead and get that back up. Probably gonna want more one stoneworks. Wood ashery or wood furnace place. Fine. Fission, Kunat. No, you were human. Not once a year. Eventually, we'll want an ashery, which I can go ahead and queue up. Lock, microcline. Over there. So we'll have the things that want wood over in that area. Animal is grown to become now. You have structure height. No migrants. Excellent. Stuff in this area, I think. At least some of them. So let's do a craft. Craft store we'll do right there. Set up the stockpile for use that they can use for crafting. Shells, bones, hooves, larger than are going to need that is for probably size for brutal. I'm going to import that because that took me forever to set up, and I highly recommend you do the same. Being able to pull that. Not that we're going to do surface plants other than importing them, so it's not going to be too bad. But it helps a lot. Cookable. Gonna throw everything in this time. I'm not gonna mess with like not having meat, fish, eggs, all that kind of stuff in there. Cheese can go in there. Usually I try and set up like small separate ones so I can try and encourage food variety. If they start getting upset about not having food variety, we'll do that, but I'm not gonna mess with it. Getting folded bills. What are you? Human crossbowman. No, thank you. Not making large clothing. War dog is fighting. Giant bat is fighting. Fighting. Where you are fighting. Okay, the giant bat that makes still able to fly over the walls that aren't up to the ceiling yet. One. Go ahead and build up fire. That should get us almost totally sealed off. Crossing fingers. Lomoth light growls. Okay. For you. Alright thing, it would help. But you are a human lasher, though you look a bit elfy there. And no, we are not accepting a dwarf-only fortress. Because we don't want to make any other sizes of clothing. And we will move down our still. And we'll move down our kitchen. Put in a farmer's workshop, even though we don't. Oh, that's what I forgot to request. Damn it. I was gonna request a sheep. And I didn't think about it because I never have to do that, but on this map, since I wasn't gonna bring any grazers with me, I don't have my sheep. What else brings those? Catch a goat first. Have a need. There, and a butcher. Right there. Petition. Almost partner dies. What are you? For a sword store. Okay. Already have a bunch of monsters. Like 72. How many is that? 1, 2. No, I've accepted more. Okay, you got 1, 2, 5. Yeah, 5 monster slayers. We'll stick with that. Inappropriate digs. Appropriate dig square was, but okay. I just saw some pet. Excellent. Okay. Move you over here. And let's do a dig. I think it's L. You can go ahead and be mining out all of that jet. Point. I'd like you to grab some microcline. Actually, yeah. Priority 3 like that. Ignite. Brimstone. Glad we're not getting irradiated. Bloodstone. Where dump corpse. Got this. Tanner, that's the butcher. Probably right here. About say door. Step on it, the drop. Then we have to go down quite a ways, but we're gonna run into that. Need a staircase. Yep. Okay. So bridge, trapdoor. No. Bridge just one square. Having not remember. Yeah. Okay. Bridge, pressure plate. So I can do. Okay. Well, let's fast. Water, I guess. How that goes. I need a garbage disposal. Might run into the second cavern depending on how much low down it is. Not sure. Okay, in the meantime, let's go back up here and we're construct jobs. Give ourselves some more microcline blocks. Base trade depot for the moment. Not accepting any more monsters. Grid area is still there. We need more dining space rapidly. I stood our cavern. Attract people into this temple so we can get an organized religion. Okay, down here. Where do we want to do our temple? Oh. This is workshops, storage. We'll need guild halls. We'll need bedrooms. Dining. Do a dining area here. That's the main stair. So, how large do we? 20? That would be ginormous. Meh. Please. Rid of that. One, two. Okay. That. Up to means Undo button. 3, take that away. Then we're gonna where else I have already going. I like the look of that. Back. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. That'll be our dining / tavern. Then we need bedrooms. Side of this. Request to not have everything. I am still gonna do just bedrooms. That one could be a 3. Yeah. Priority 3, actually. Position, no, we don't want you eradicating. Quite sure. We'll do priority 1. So, going. A bedroom. That. That way. 5. A hall. Vibrating map. Touching it. Okay. Then that way. Off this. Oh, quick ad break. I appreciate it if you stick around. Helps the there. And then we haven't really been working on blocks. Well, we can use some gray ones. Yeah. We'll get them going on some jet blocks for another color score, but this. We're going on that. Rock block. Gonna make out of that. make, say, 4 of those at a time. As long as jet is 100. Welcome back from the ads. So we're just gonna do gray floors through here. We'll see if, I'm not sure, dacite and mudstone might not be the same gray, so I might have to update that. And I just started a work order to make jet blocks. Get those going in a little bit. Let's start digging of shaped bedrooms. Yeah. Bedrooms. So there. Hallway over in the direction. Big bedroom. Then let's go down this way. There. Now, one annoying thing with doing them this way, other than actually having to draw them all out, is keeping track of how many bedrooms. That way. We have a cobalt. Have a cobalt. And a bucket. Where is our entry? Follow this little guy. I think he's just running away, but I'm not sure. Yep. Running away. Probably getting all sick from running through the filthy filth. As it's called. Full of filthy everything. I like how when we first arrived, it was like it had never rained filthy filth, and now it just rains so often that it never just. Do have mountain goat. I would like some of them to stumble into our cage trap. It is vibrating on my phone. It's right down this way. Also going to put a hatch cover here. Hatch. A cat cover. Go ahead and make up a couple eggs. So go ahead and make 4. Oh, and I was working on out of bedrooms up there, which is nice. Bed. Oh, that is a different. Move that desk. Our alert. A caravan has arrived. Hey, human. I want to. Then I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the plant. I'm going to make sure they only use bloodstone. So, construct floors only out of mudstone. Not my favorite color by any means, but it will work for these beginning bedrooms. Put in a bed there. Color. Go ahead and doors. Caravan. Want to watch this area real close. Start to dig. Go trigger things for them to bring over real quick, and then we'll go back down watching that. Already have some clothing. I really gotta get clothes. Figurines, yes. Lots of figurines. Anything else? I'm gonna trade. That's kind of. We'll see if what all they bring, if we need to bring over more. Okay. Oh, wait, no, I have a functional hospital. What happened to my hospital? What happened to my doctor? Still my chief medical dwarf. Did I somehow accidentally unassign you as my doctor? Very confused. Don't know why that was. Doctor got unassigned from my hospital. Dingo is fighting. Human Maceman is fighting. Okay. The incoming traders are running into dingoes. You guys can fight those. I'm for that. Go right down here. Rest of the priority 2. Oh, I guess I have my miners not set to own mines, so they're carting things. Totally have a job, miner. Back here. That is a job. Why is it saying you have no job? Because you're thinking it's damp. Come on. Rush in here real quick. Do those. We do there, I think. Then we want a probably going to be water all. Not go well for us. We might have to divert around. You guys go smooth that really, really fast. No, we don't want any more monsters. Child is fighting. No! No, what? Better not be out in the east part fighting dingo. Trying to store in a stockpile that had you come out here. You're gonna turn into a monster because I didn't keep you. That's what's gonna happen. That don't want them outside if at all possible. over to this area. All totally fine. Stay inside my little orbs. Be happy. What do you guys have for us? Malachite blocks? Ooh, malachite. Microcline blocks. We'll buy that, I guess. Cheap instrument. Nice. None of those animals or anything I really want. Particular. Buy some more copper bolts. Just in case we get attacked before we set up our own industry. Want the don't need ratweed. Good. Don't remember if we processed strawberry. Let's grab the berries. Alfalfa. That's something we can turn directly into. Guessing we can on the prickle and the fisher berries. I don't. Grab the thread. Expensive backpack. Quiver. We could grab that. Else particularly interesting. Go ahead and grab that quiver. Done with the plants. We don't need any meat. We don't need gems. Grab the no seeds that we need. Grab that for clothing. Leather hoods. What else do we have? Leather vest. We can go ahead and grab some more shoes. I actually brought any leather though, or loose cloth. Leather. It. Cloth? But they did not. That's weird. Very weird. Okay, do we want any of the weapons? No, we don't need to actually all this. Okay. Port goods. Knock some off of our order. Save it up for the dwarves, I guess. There we go. Trade that. I'm also get rid of that stockpile. Move our little dining area here. Move that. That meeting place. Pause. All the way back down here. Going to temporarily set up a little dining hall right there. It'll look very odd, but it will be temporary. We need to be paving. We need to be putting in flooring in here, which I think I'm going to go to microcline. I have to make that up. Or do I want to do? No. Fairly traditional to do my tavern out of microcline, and I like set up dining hall right there. be the temporary meeting hall. Like put in, that's brewing, that's cooking. Get our drink supply. Then we'll have the supply. Prepared meal. Okay. Drink supply. Okay. And what else do we? Dwarf child who's out there rolling around in the filth is fighting the dingoes. In badly. Some rock blocks supply. Blocks. Stone blocks. Do a figurine one as well. There, that's finished goods. Figurines own. Non-artifact. And we could use mechanisms. Mechanisms. I can spell here. That's under furniture. Sometimes the stockpile storage, what's under what, is that down. Are you guys coming to smooth? Priority 1 task. Here. About storing items in stockpiles. Here. Mark you guys as smooth right now and to be miners. Miners. You guys only do that. You guys only do that. Just a moment. I think the stonecutter is also smooth. I might be wrong on that. I don't want this to fill up with water. I think I'm gonna have to dig over from there. Try to create a breach for it. Is it an engraver task? That could totally be. You guys only do that as well. Welcome back. Somebody go smooth for me, please. I know that doesn't work. No, smoothing does not train engraving. Unless they've changed that. Or it was that way at one point, but I'm like 90% sure it doesn't currently train them. Okay, I am gonna go ahead and dig out though. So I can have a drainage tunnel for a little bit. Smooth area. Just smooth that, but that's okay. Ugh, the things I do for an atom smasher. I've been doing it very differently this time, JS. I'm forcing myself to not do all of my normal things. So I am not using any of my quick fort blueprints. I am using the cavern. I'm building some down here. I'm freehanding it all. Trying not to use DFhack as much as possible. Except I am doing suspend manager because about suspend manager, but I'm not doing any of the autos. I'm gonna set up my own clothing industry, my own dye industry. How this goes. Might give up on part of that. Oh, and we're in a Go back up to pause that. Not entirely evil biome, but a good portion of it is evil biome, though it's just sinister. And it is raining filthy filth, as it says, fairly often. So that seems to just make people sick. It hasn't done anything else so far. I made sure and put our... Well, I didn't make sure. I accidentally succeeded in putting our corpse stockpile in the part of the map that is not an evil biome, so I don't actually know if we were... I wanted to capture the goat. Captured a date. Yeah. So if Filthy Filth only makes people sick, then as far as evil rains go, that is not too bad. What turkey? Not have you all assigned here? Got a llama? Excellent. Okay. We'll come in here, but we're about to assign you all down to the cavern. That dingo right there, that's a little sad. So let's find our cavern. Right there. Assign you all to the right now. Yep, not you. Stay in your cave. I set up a route, sealing us off. That'll seal from that. That one is sealed. That is... I think I might have to put another wall there, but I'm not totally... See if it'll let me keep that up. Yes, it will. Another staircase constructed. Right there. See if that works. I am trying to seal my cavern area off from the rest of the... Be determined if it actually works. This... Not all smooth. Might need to out. I might have to dig it out to get back there. Yeah. That. Dig there. Forcing myself to actually work with aquifers. Aquifer. Oh. I know the usefulness of aquifers. It's just I generally rather... I don't remember. You guys really think... I would generally rather work with a river aquifer. That's draining. Rapidly. Okay. That does not go down there. Staircase. That way. All of that, please. For my dwarves not to drown. Sure they would agree. Okay. Oh, here. Not aquifer. Wet from above, but okay. Come this way. See if we can dig out a little more here. And I shouldn't actually need to smooth there, but I'm just extra safe. I check our one temple and see if I think all of our visitors have been monster slayers, but I need to check that temple and make sure we're not accepting other visitors. Not connect. So okay. That way. There. Might have some dwarves that are gonna fall through a hole. Oh boy. Yeah. Where do we find the other cavern? I was afraid we were gonna hit that on this expedition. Yep. Undo. Almost got down far enough. Did all of that. Check where we hit the cavern. Right there. Out that area. That square, we'll do staircase right there. Let's take a look at the cavern. It's a weird mix of piles of mud, but no moss, but it does have the other vegetation. Okay, so now we need to look at where we can actually dig down far enough to have a proper atoms. Out there. Close. So if we go level 1 down to at least like 2. Print this for right now. We're across. It needs to be 11 just not running into anything. Okay, that'll work. Oh, ad break. I missed that. Already had that. Pause if anything happens. Okay. So one will need to go down. Of that, let's stair down all the way. That'll work. Do the staircase down first, just in case. That'll be if we're lose our place on the channel, especially since we have to pause and smooth them out since it's an aquifer. Or it not be a blue core. This needs and what that yeah, that's that giant. Oh, give rotting things. Go dump that. Labor standing dump here. Put up a garbage dump for the moment. Dumped. Flying around. And just sort things into stockpiles for a while. We already accepted 5 dwarven monster slayers, and I'm good at that for right now. Way our temporary temple. Trying. Oh, that's why I'd assigned the chief medical dwarf as the performer, and that's why it had removed him from. Okay, that makes sense. Militia can also go do that part. Want to encourage people into that religion, so hopefully I don't get an horde of 10. Sure, we will eventually. Like to mining jet. At some point we'll start working on the microcline blocks. We'll find some microcline. Made that our new dining area. Temporarily. That will be where our cavern goes in the long run. Working on better over here. I got distracted. You guys can all don't have beds yet. One, let's set up to haven't made yet, but we are going to be made. Check on my stoneworker, my shop orders there. Do that. One. That run. Going down. Set up our atom smasher so our poor butcher can dispose of things properly. To have here. Non-artifact. Can allow everything. Parts. Or except siege. I don't need mechanism. 4 sandbags. But everything else can go. This. I did not want you. Okay. That rapidly. Access that. About actually. Move at a rapid pace, please, little dwarves. No drowning. I failed if I drown my dwarves in a pool of water of my own making. Okay, do that. Have to go one over. I don't know if I corner. I don't think it does. It go diagonal? Remember if the water from aquifers goes diagonal. As far as when it leaks out of the wall, at least. Okay. Guess we can watch it. That makes sense. I was thinking cardinal directions and then down. What I remember, but it has been quite a while since I did much with the aquifers. I'd had the DFhack thing on, which limited aquifers to like the first 2 levels. So, or less annoying to deal with. Got water over here. That's why. From above. Okay. That out. That, please. Dropping water down our tunnel here. No, we're still working on that. Blocks out more. Mudstone. I guess let them. Out. Do a bedroom over here. Big. That. One. That way. There, and then tunnel there. Or, it sideways a little bit. Guys, go that out and refresh our supply. Check what we had leaking. That all of the. Okay. So let's come back. Okay. Yeah. Staircase. There, please. Oh, I need no. Smooth. Luckily, when we're done with this, we won't have to keep it up and done. And save. Quick message. To the right there. Airway. On at least levels. I'm remembering correctly. Asthma not to come back up. Okay. Go down another level 3. More than I would like. Okay. One. There. Slowly but surely, we will progress our way through the aquifer. We'll have an atom smasher set up for our butcher. All will be back to working on veterans. We're not gonna get a migrants soon. Didn't get one last year. I don't think we get one this year. 100. My phone being at me. Caravan has arrived. Nice. You guys are coming. On how you're going through here. But I could have... They're always entering on that side. I could dig down right away. Now our migrant wave that we had, the starting migrant wave, seemed to come in. I want to say it was right there. We need to keep an eye on that the next time we have migrants. Because they immediately had to track through the filth and promptly got sick. But it was just sickness. It wasn't anything else. So that continues to happen. It's not the end of the world by any means. Diplomacy, I'm not going to forget to record time. No. So the roads provide they can always take route. It's not a they must always take route, which and a ram, let's else we need. You're okay. Leather. So the only time you absolutely can. So I was about to say with trees, but you can also build it with square blocks. So if you block the other routes, so as far as caravans, if you go around the edge of the map and block everywhere else, they will enter onto the road. But the problem is, yes, then you'd have to wall along the side of the road, or have, once the tree density goes way up, it'll block the other areas. Cloth. Grab some wool cloth. Wool, and we'll grab a little milk, or ask them cloth. So that's where usually you want to do a road for the caravan, because trees start multiplying. You do not cut trees down fast enough. Keep trees from multiplying and blocking out. Unless you have like a mountain area, which I don't know if the caravan can go to the mountain area. So that might be irrelevant. But if it's an area where trees can grow, trees, unless you're clear cutting all the time, trees will get more and more dense. And then they will eventually block the caravan. Figurine. Trade all of those. Else. Cloth. See how much they have. Glass. Oh, some kind of instrument. See what they brought with them. We'll see if we need to trade. Back down here. Check in progress real quick. Got all of that. There. And keep digging. And if you start on a map like high tree density, you actually often need to work on a road fairly quickly. I mean, if there's any kind of path, free wide path, caravan can work its way through, it will. But there's not. Okay, I'm not digging out. Huh. Somehow, when I'm telling it to smooth, I think it is removing that from different order and changing. We still, I didn't actually check if we were still in the, might be past the aquifer. And I don't know why I'm going to have to check my settings, because this happened earlier too. my thing is auto-modding the word filth, which is not a word I care about being moderated. That's... I think we are past... Not seeing any water. Past the aqua. Might have been sitting way longer than I needed to. Okay. Okay. Back up to here. That is. Priority 1, channel down. See if it gets stuck anywhere, and we'll go over with our little path. On. Oh, there's still an aquifer. There. To there. On. Okay, fine. Go all the way around here. Oh, no. Walls. Right over there. That one out. Okay. Then I want a wall that goes around. Wall still fine. In the corner first. Actually, I construct. Back, you've struck red tourmaline. Okay. Dangerous terrain. Really dangerous, but okay. Through here. Mouse keeps having that every now and then where it's upward slope. Take out the slope part, but do not chant there. Bridge. Fine. Lock that off. Break before it. Oh crap, did I miss them? Might have just missed the traders. Did. We'll be leaving soon, but it hasn't said they left. Still there. Let me trade with you. That's one way to not get migrants. Okay, kind of what we wanted. They are absolutely still there. I don't know why it's not like trade with them. Huh. Weird. That's what we're gonna do anyway. So not big an issue. And a wall there. Drop it in. Balls. That needs water. Right up here. Plate. Trigger, citizens trigger. Pressure plate. Trigger, citizen. Right there. Build that for me, please. Get some more microclimate blocks by now. Just have you guys overworked? Totally possible. Bad about doing that. My bedroom order. Beds in there. Oh. Some bedrooms. Got microcline. We should have a... Oh, wait. Did I only set up the initial order for microcline blocks, not a continue? Yep, that's exactly what I... Rock block. Microcline. Four at a time. Up to, or as long as we have less than 100 microcline. That one, did I? Yeah. Jet block. Down to this, we've got our pressure plate, which we're having an ad break. Pressing here. Though we did find the big thing. Not in a pen. Access. Walls quickly. That. Or leak any more water. Welcome back from the ad break that I totally didn't notice till it was partially done. Sorry. Then we'll lock. Actually, right there. Door. Top priority there. Yeah. I need something. I need to set it up more with like an audible alert. I need to figure out how to do that. Yes. I totally agree with that, Meat Sack. The true evil is all the aquifers. We're not even actually making use of one right now. We're just trying to puncture through it so we can throw our garbage away. Okay, that's all fine. That's fine. You want a door there. Down this way. We're gonna have to block this. So garbage pit, all that. I wish it would let me tell them to close the door, and that would just signal to them, hey, I need to move this stone somewhere else. Protag, welcome back. We will forgive you for being gone. Went on an awesome trip to Japan. Okay, that's all done. Then I can properly set up my garbage dump right there. Back up to the surface. Rid of the one here. Theoretically, they should now not be bringing any refuse up, because it's either being saved in the craft store kit thing or being dumped. Technically, let's check our animal supply. Do we have anything? And then we will find out if it's oh, and I also need to set up stuff for and so I can be right here, I guess. Yeah. One for the work. Finally should be making microclimb blocks again, now that I have noticed I wasn't doing that. Blocks. Stamp dig, yes, I realize we're digging aquifer. Okay. They're going to promptly come in and see the area. Orbs getting wet all over the place. Dig dig. Thing I was doing, but no. Other than doing bedrooms, set up more workshops for like, smelting and stuff. We found the second cavern, but we did not find magma. Let's actually gonna go down to the third cavern, find magma. I'd like to bring magma up pretty. No, I don't. Aquifer up there. Yeah, my last several, no, or denied. I have found I've been close enough, but like not on a volcano, and I found magma in the caverns. And that's same thing on this one, so I'm kind of hoping we have that. So, wait. I thought we were right next to a volcano. Yeah, here we are. Sorry, I was looking at the orange over there. We are the yellow here. So we're not close enough that we actually have volcano, but we are quite close. So I'm hopeful we don't have to go all the way down to the magma sea, but we'll see. We might. And then if we do, the question is, how far down is this magma sea? All of that, please. Oh. No! Have to be getting some. Though I did have, we've got our 2 Mark Dwarves and our Hammer Dwarf that are on. They're equipped, they're not training, they're really just equipped in case something came in. I had no idea what to expect with the evil biome. But honestly, so far, it's been pretty normal. Partially because we aren't fully in an evil biome, I would say. We're in Introduction to Evil Biome. Rock Nest Box. One of them, 1, 2. Oh, actually, I need 12. I can't count. 12 of those. And we'll move all of the egg layers up here that are female. That would be cool if we could find. I would have to run so many maps. Oh, thank you very much for the follow. Howlers. Yeah, here we go. That should be an easy name to pronounce, but tripping me up there. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. That would be really hard to find, like, perfect. I've spent some time trying to do things like that before, just playing around continuously with map world generation. And I've got it pretty much where I want, but like what was I trying to create one time? I wanted a volcano in a good area that had a river close enough by that I could capture both the volcano and the river. And I wanted enough soil to like grow surface crops underground without too much issue. And I spent hours trying to get it and then gave up. And then of course the next map I rolled, boom, right there. Like, what? Not so much theme as challenge to myself. So I'd gotten in the bad habit of doing clone forts basically, where I was using quick fort. I'm a former engineer and I'm an engineer at heart. So I had not like fully optimized, but I'd set up a pretty optimized layout and I kept just doing it over and over and not really making proper use of the caverns, things like that. So we are not using quick fort. I'm having to freestyle it at all. I am using the caverns as you can see right now. I've turned off most of the DFhack stuff, so all of the auto. I'm going to set up an actual clothing industry and dye industry that I set up the work orders and manage. And then we threw in at the last minute challenge from a viewer that we are in a partially evil biome. So Sinister biome, all of this here is what it's calling Filthy Filth. Hilarious. So every now and then it is raining filthy filth. And so anything you can see that has this gray stuff is Sinister biome. So it kind of is in a big U shape around us. we lucked out in that our wagon dropped off like right here. So just on the edge, but not in the Sinister territory. And then we jetted into the mountain real quick. So we're trying out. We're not like fully evil, but ish. To see how we do with that. And it's Sinister. We didn't go up to Haunted, and we certainly didn't go up to Terrified. Our corpse pile is over there. I wasn't thinking about with evil that you have to be careful about them rising from the dead. But I think since I didn't technically have it in the Sinister biome, it wouldn't have mattered anyway. I'm not totally positive on that. So I'm kind of waiting to see if something dies over here, if it rises and we have a zombie problem. I don't know yet. Other potential challenges we've talked about was setting up an obsidian generator, but I actually have a ton of obsidian on this map, so probably not going to do that on this one. I'd like to get actual... oh, okay. So, Sinister, you know how you got... guys, where it's somewhat interesting to look at for a moment while I talk through this. Fine, that's fine. Let them run right there. So, you've got your good, neutral, and evil biomes, and then so it makes a little diagram. If you look on the wiki, it lays this out a lot better, and you can actually see the visual. And then you have going the other way, so it's a little chart. You have untamed or calm, wilderness, and untamed wild. So whatever combination of those you're at determines your biome, other than like your tundra versus savanna, stuff like that. So Sinister is calm but evil. Haunted would be wilderness plus evil. Terrifying is untamed wilds plus evil. It doesn't really matter as far as calm versus wilderness. Your wildlife is maybe a little more aggressive on wilderness. If you have untamed wilds, so it's called untamed wilds on a neutral map, it's called terrifying on an evil map, or it's called joyous wilds on a good area, your wildlife will get aggressive and will attack you. So I've got the irritation threat monitor turned on here with DFhack. You don't have that vanilla game. I really like having that. So if you're doing stuff outside, you're chopping trees down, you're building outside. I think fishing also raises it, but I'm not totally sure on that. Your surface irritation will go up, and you will get agitated wildlife, which is very annoying. They come in, they steal your stuff, they attack your dwarves, and defending yourself against them makes them more agitated. You get caught in this kind of perpetual loop, and you wind up, to calm them down, you basically have to lock your dwarves inside and not let them out for a season or two, because it goes down, it ticks down so much per, I don't know if it's per season or per year, and eventually they will get back down to not irritated. Like you can see right now for the caverns, it says low irritation for me. You get that with digging down near the caverns, which most of the time doesn't matter a whole lot, but I think that can attract forgotten beasts towards your noise of digging. Not positive on that. We're gonna probably be dealing with forgotten beasts a lot more on this run. Could get interesting. But evil biomes have scary things. I don't think we're gonna have too much of an issue, but you can have where any corpse rises from the dead. You get zombies. So, or they have different rains, like the Filth. The rain we got just seems to make people sick if you go through it. But you can have some that are like instant death. That's why Like, if you're gonna start in a terrifying biome, which I do not recommend. I don't even, was it Das Tactics, who, he's a streamer that plays Dwarf Fortress and likes to play in evil biomes all the time. I don't think he generally messes with terrifying biomes. That's, you show up and you die kind of situation. But we're testing it out. We're like a 2/3 slightly evil biome for our first run here. See how it goes. Uh-oh, water source contaminated. Contaminated with what? And why are you drinking water? Why are you drinking? Oh, why are we out of drinks? What the heck? Uh-oh. Drinks? Don't drink water from there. Let me set up something with the aquifer real quick. And then let me figure out why we are out of drinks. Not get our... We probably didn't get our new still. Find our... Here. Still. No, we built the still. Why are we not making drinks? Wait, what? My work order for drinks. Definitely had one. Was it? Oh, I bet I didn't have it on in any shop. I bet I had it restricted to that specific workshop, and then when I got rid of it, it said no. Because we pierced the cavern and things came running up, and then for some reason, instead of just letting the troglodytes through, my dwarves were like, must kill troglodytes! And yeah. There's been a lot of death. Killed those. Why is it my mod, or my automated mod, screening the word filth? I do not understand. But yes, it is raining filthy filth outside pretty constantly. Set this back up. 400 drinks. 4 and 4. Fine. 4 drinks from plants. Stop them trying to drink water. 4 and 4. I believe I've had it before where I removed one still before my moved one was created and removed my work order. That could be. But I bet I had selected and done the work order through this. And so it had set it up as a, instead of can any shop use, or can use any shop, it set it up. When you do it like that, let me, quick. When you do it like that, it sets it up as a still, and yeah, I bet I had destroyed the one still before I built a new one, and that got rid of the work order. It is annoying, and why does my make 3 rock mugs not have any kind of place assigned? Get rid of that and make a new one just to be safe. Bug. Make, say, 2 of those. I don't remember the mug work order being 3 at a time, but it does make 3 rock mugs, which I don't know. I'm fine with. I just don't remember it being 3. Whenever rock mugs is like less than 100. No idea how much mugs we have. So they will go through and they will clean the blood, but you see troglodyte blood, because there were troglodytes down here in the cavern. And we had a bunch of monster slayers, and as soon as we opened a pathway, they're like, escape! Run to the surface! Don't know why they want to run to the surface, but they always do. And then half the time they get up to the surface and they're like, no, this was a bad idea, and they try and run back. We have a goat. Where's this goat just wandered down from the surface? For goats outside that I'd set up cages that I would trying to trap. So we could get, wool going on, and I don't think we... No, that is a wild goat that is just wandering around. Our stray llama. We are getting... but yeah, no, this is a stray goat. Wandering around the fort. We'll gladly accept and feed you if you want to stay with us. Raining filthy filth. Gray sludge up here. But we had our migrant waves came in like right up here, arrived, and then walked right through it, and they just spent like a day in the hospital, and then we're fine. I'm just going to set up a pit right there. I want it to be a trap. I just let this dingo loose. Does that work? I don't know if that'll accept that. Drinking water. We're gonna make drinks. Have drinks fast. Attack the dwarven child. Big dwarven children off. In order. Not going to have them do. Ends in disaster too often. Create guilt. Down here. Are we making drinks? Why are we not making? Should be making. Here and do one on a priority for me. It must just not like that pond. Some back up here. We're going to unmark that. To this. Pasture. Pasture. Pasture? It'll run away? Stay outside, I don't really care. Bingo. Over there. No. That worked. Fighting our miner now. Oh, stop running through the filth. It's sick. Item. Follow this guy. What are you dumping? Requires you to run through the filth. Sure remains. Okay. Fair enough. Making microcline blocks. Something is up with my work order. I definitely came back and set up microcline blocks again. And it says it should be good. So, God. Just have too many work orders for the amount of population. That is a bad habit of mine. I often have. Resting. No. Stop. Do it out of anything. Fine. Got some mudstone blocks, which are supposed to be laying around in the bedrooms. No. We finished the mudstone bedroom. We're gonna work on jet bedroom. Yeah. All done. Girl bedroom. This is supposed to be becoming jet, but you're tasks. Construct build. Cavern. Pasture. Huh. Not sure. Rid of that. Come around. Urban child, please come inside. It is being made in a workshop or something. Our temporary temp. Come on. Get 10 worshippers so you can organize. Trying to promote you as a religion. You're gonna have a cool name. You're the Church of Avalanche. Made you a nice temple. I signed you a performer and everything. We're just gonna have to let the dwarves actually do their jobs for a little while. I have run them a little ragged. I'm going to you can see as they eat away the moss from the first layer, we're having some moss from the second layer invade. Getting a little kaleidoscope going on. Fighting. We're gonna have to set up an actual pit trap thing with the mark store. Giant cave toad mangled. Walked our way off from it. Probably. We'll have to see. I don't think they can read that anymore. Oh, ad announcement, which I might have missed. You guys haven't already had the ad and you missed it? Not noticing those. Our staircase going down. Thank you very much, Howlers. Very appreciate those Prime subscriptions. Those are awesome. Help the channel keep going. Are amazing. Okay. We're gonna have to dig down and find this third cavern and see if we can find some lava. Right, Pringle. Beers for Howlers. Howlers. Pronounce your name correctly. It's thanks, Lurker. More beers for Howlers. All the beer, which we are finally, yeah, we made enough to have 400. I need to cancel task. Good reminder. Have this guy over here making beer incessantly. I wonder if somehow when I moved my workshop, somehow that messed up all these work orders. You cannot stop them from spawning. They have different, as you reach higher and higher population, they will start to spawn. They typically but not absolutely spawn at like the edge of the map, so where the caverns meet the edge, but that is not a guarantee. Just often that's where they spawn. The majority of the time they spawn there on the edge. And they are like titans, underground titans. And they can range from not too bad to, oh my god, death. I don't know, other than a random number generator, I don't know if there's anything that governs that, per se. I think they also, so population and your created wealth. So as those both go up, that is what starts triggering raids and sieges and Forgotten Beasts. I do have, let me flip over here. On settings, I am playing with economy on a hard mode, which I haven't done before. That was a new challenge for this. Yeah, random materials. And they're, I want to call it a special ability. Like some of them have webs or can breathe fire, and that, I don't know if that's random or not. I've never seen anything on the wiki that talks about what governs that. So I'm assuming at the moment it's a random number generator type thing. I'm not totally sure on that. So in your settings, you have all of that. So enemy population trigger. So so technically I could already be getting raids. I'm at 23 out of 20. But I should be okay with our little 2 Mark dwarves and 1 hammer dwarf, but I need to be getting defenses set up pretty. And then you can go up and up as you have more population, more bad things happen. Web breathing slug made of vomit. Ugh. Vomit's just gross, but not too bad. But the webs are horrible. Don't want to just have just melee dwarves. Need some mark dwarves. And preferably some traps and things that will keep them at range while you shoot. You also have the enemy production trigger, which I'm not really sure how the production and trade, because I always hear created wealth. But I guess as you produce more, which kind of would go hand in hand with created wealth, you'd start triggering. Here's your various settings, like how sensitive. So if you're playing on hard mode, you'll trigger them earlier. I have tried hard mode, or I was playing on hard mode, but when I came back after Siege update, I just kept getting my ass kicked. So I've gone back to normal on the difficulty and will at some point work my way back up. I was getting goblin ambush siege things before I was ready, and bad. So you could actually, I think, can turn them off, Forgotten Beasts. You could certainly up them way high. So it took a long time, but I think you also have the stuff with the diplomacy with the elves. So if you're near elves, elves are not to be avoided. Elves are fine. They will, as you cut down trees, they will come over and be like, hey, we don't like you cutting down trees. But the amount they allow you to cut down is more than you need. So it's not really an issue. And elves bring cheap instruments that you can buy. So I actually like having them around. And if you get tired of them or bought all the instruments you need, go to war with the elves. You have the settings for, like, can invaders break constructed walls? They dig. That's all stuff that was added with the Siege update. They did not used to be able to break walls or dig, which has made combat way, way more interesting. This is some of the stuff I'm having to readjust for. They will now start digging sideways or down to you and not follow your just open entrance if they're hearing you. So if you are too close to the surface and they can hear you, they will start just digging straight toward you. Welcome back. I had to read that for a second to figure out what you were saying. You've got hops down the street. Okay. They make a noise. And the shroom dungeons are awesome. And then you have the death aversion. So if you killed a bunch of invaders in a given area, they will start to avoid that area, which is interesting and makes siege defense kind of got a design for it. So I've been trying out multiple entrances that I can rotate between with bridges. I think I'm gonna stick with one entrance and have like some towers going up on this map, but I'm not sure on that yet. But they will eventually, if you only have one entrance, they will stop trying to come in said entrance, and then you'll have to run out to meet them, which can result in death. Here's the economy stuff. Which, again, I'd have to look up the specifics of these different triggers for what exactly they... Somebody has mapped that out. I'm sure it's on the... or in a Reddit forum somewhere. But I turned up the economy stuff, so like your value to be considered a temple, I've got set higher. It's normally, I want to say 2,000, and I've got it on hard difficulty, so it's 6,000. Temple complex is normally 10,000. It looks like 30,000. The rest of this is pretty normal. Done there. I am doing fine. Again, pretty often. Not necessarily stream. I try to stream. I'm getting into more of a set schedule. Try and do like at least 4 days a week for a 4-hour session or more. I've got a fairly nice gaming PC or laptop. Not an actual PC. First, they need. Yeah, I would definitely stick with default settings for a while until you've played around with it quite a bit. And then before you start digging around with those settings, unless you want to make... So if you're finding the attacks are too much, you could look up how to turn those off and just learn the building side of it first. But before I would really start messing with those settings, other than lowering the difficulty, I would play around with World Gen, which is fun and a rabbit hole you can get lost in for a very long time. And you should look at videos and things on it. Mine's pretty standard, other than I turn up volcano. See all the volcanoes around? That's not standard. Normally on a map this size, you would have 3, 4 volcanoes, something, I think. I haven't played on the default settings there for a long time. I would not say even often play on a volcano, but I like to have the option. And to get a volcano that's like in a setting that you want, you really have to have them turned up this high. Otherwise, they're just kind of, well, if you want to play on a volcano, you have to play over here, but everything else sucks. Kind of situation. Oh, yeah, on my caverns, so I have these, the openness of the caverns cranked up to 85, the minimum. So it can range 0, I think, or maybe 10 to 100 is the default, something like that. I've got it at 85 to 100. So it makes the caverns much more open. And I have the passage density way down. So that means, again, more open caverns instead of being a lot of areas like this. Your default cavern settings have a lot more areas like this instead of like this. Elves have arrived. We're gonna keep an eye on these work orders because I really don't think my dwarves are completing work orders. Oh, I know what happened. I went above 20 dwarves and I don't have an office for my manager. That's what happened. Okay, let's fix that real quick. That's exactly what happened. Table. No, that's table over there. Your manager will work fine until, but without an office until you have 20 dwarves, and then they will not work. And that is what's happened here. Now he's throwing a hissy fit and not assigning work orders. Auto assign to manager. Here we go. Now things will start getting done again. Any other settings I've changed? I've got the default world history to 100 years. If you set it to short, you won't have many civilizations, but you will have more like Titan things. Can be interesting. A lot of people play on 250 years. That was the old default. Yeah, libraries are cool. That's on my to-do list for this port because I haven't done a library in ages. But that is on my to-do list, though. Libraries can get you in trouble. Dwarves won't read the books unless there's a library. And if there's a library, they will read the book. And if you happen to go raiding and find a book about life and death, suddenly you have a necromancer issue. Yeah. You definitely need some floors where you're just like, I'm gonna go mine things. Sorry. I try and pop up a lung. Inside. Oh, and I gotta get the cloth thing industry. I don't have DFhack. I haven't even built the workshops yet. Finally figured out why our workshops weren't getting built, so hopefully that'll resolve itself fairly quickly. I do recommend, you can totally play without DFhack. I do recommend having it, if only for the trade. Otherwise, with elves, you do need to remember nothing from trees, nothing from animals. That includes bringing things over in bins, and like figurines made out of bone, like that. Gotta be careful because they won't immediately attack you if you try and sell them something they don't like, but they will get mad about it. Send them some reds or what they have to trade. And things decorated with bone, yes. Made or decorated with the things, or even just stored in. Now you can have a bin sitting in the trade depot, that's fine, made out of wood. It's if you try and trade them the item that they have an issue with, or stored in an item they have an issue with. Food is good, though you have to be careful with food. It can't have meat in it. They'll take stuff made out of plants. I think they do accept eggs. Things made with eggs, but I can't be. Why can't you give gems to elves? They should take gems. I often trade them my large gems. Once I have a jewel growing, which I have not done. Yeah, I normally save my large gems for the... Huh. Were you trying to... Were your large gems in a bin? A wooden bin? That's probably your problem. Like, when you want to trade... Well, hang on. When my broker gets here, we'll... Uh-oh. Migrants. You're not ready for migrants. One thing with setting up, not doing my normal fortress, I am behind where I would normally be. Well, and it didn't help that I didn't have an office for my manager, so work orders weren't getting done for a while. Okay, broker, come over here. Oh, you're asleep. Come on, little broker. Wake up. Time to work. Wake yet? Conducting a meeting, which means he's giving therapy to somebody. Your nobles or your managers in this game are your therapists. So whenever it says conduct a meeting, that's usually they're just talking to somebody that maybe needs a kind word or is crying on their shoulder. I don't know if there was a recent change. I seem to have recently that, and not just the elves, that trade groups are bringing me logs, which used to be very uncommon. But now they're bringing me logs, which I don't really need, but is interesting. It opens up options if you're on a map like I'm on and weren't being able to harvest logs from the cavern for, or maybe that's telling me I'm out of logs and I need to harvest from the cavern. That could be. I need to look at how many I have. Okay, but if you're, so see, I brought over everything outside of a bin. If it was in a bin, it would show the bin and then it would show the figurines like inside the bin. If I selected the figurines individually, that's fine. If I selected the bin trade that had all of the figurines in it, they would get upset about that. I'll bring something over. That looks like. Let me decide what we want from these guys. They have cheap. I like to get cheap instruments themselves, but you guys are gonna fail me and not have any instruments. Add. Grab some. Oh wait, are those? I don't know if those are large shoes or normal size shoes for dwarves. I think that's a mod to do stone bins. Pretty sure. I think I actually have that mod, which I use to do stone beds because I think it's ridiculous that you can't do stone beds normally. Let me check on that. 99% sure that's a mod. Don't know if those socks will fit us. Those might be human and elf size socks. That we don't grab that for variety. Get rid of some of them. Why that was so grabbed a lot of it. Won't grab all that fruit. That's as much as left. Trade that. And let me bring over. Not inside a container. Bring over cloth bed. Let them bring that over and then we'll take a look at what that looks like in. No, I've already accepted 5 monster slayers. I do. That is the annoying thing about opening the caverns. Even if you hit the cavern and immediately seal it off, so you're just getting the moss spores, will get monsters. Okay, so you see how this has a bin there and then stuff inside the bin? If I checked that and tried to trade it to them, they would get very annoyed and it refused to do that. So if you had gems inside a bin like that and you tried to trade the whole bin, no go. If I trade the individual items, not the one from... And see, that's a little annoying to me. The wool cloth, like, you can shear an animal without killing the animal. That's how the industry works. So I think they should accept wool cloth, but they don't. So be careful of that, because I was not remembering that. Cave spider silk is accepted. Pigtail is a plant. Okay. cloth. Yes, I'm green, and I no longer need broker there. What they are. I get their stance on the things that kill the animals, sure. But need to shear sheep. That's healthy for them. You don't want them to just endlessly build up wool. That's very unhealthy for them. I do not know what it is treated. Maybe something with the word filth in it, because my auto mod is upset with that. Oh, no, your message was too long, and then it, for some reason, gets upset. I need to figure out how to turn that off. And then it goes back and deletes all of your messages for some reason. Very annoying. I did that to a friend of mine the other day. Let me read the message it got rid of. How good, bad of an idea is it to set the population cap to 19 until I have a workstation of everything made, starting to stockpile everything? I think strange moods and something else happen once you hit 20. That is correct, and it's not a bad idea. Especially if you're just learning the game, I would even recommend that. Because yes, strange moods hit at population 20, so I'll have my first one here. And I generally actually prefer not to have my first couple of migrant waves, like, after the 2 default ones, so that I can get things set up. That's where I'm saying I am behind the normal spot I'm at, because I would not necessarily have everything ready to go, but I would normally have bedrooms done. I would have most of my workshops built. So I am quite a bit behind my normal spot at this point in the game. It's fine. I don't have the difficulty turned up as far as enemies go, so it should still be okay. Crossing. Might come back to bite us. Fill in that. We're gonna make this all jet flooring bedroom. You do not need to do what I'm doing for bedrooms here, where you put in floors. They are perfectly happy with the stone floor, especially if you go in and smooth it, or even then engrave that. They will be tremendously happy. I like to do it for how it looks, and then you can, not that you can't engrave smooth flooring, but then I will set my engravers loose on the bedrooms. Train. That is how I train my engravers, by having them in bedrooms. I didn't just tell them to go engrave inside the cavern. Going. There. Let them put in the flooring first. So I have assigned to. Oh wait, yep, I forgot. When I was doing through the aquifer, I had done weird things. Let me fix this. Miners, cutters, everybody does that. Miners, that's fine. Engravers, I need more engravers. Not going to be fishing, so you. And the potash maker, you can engrave. I need at least 4 engravers. There's probably still okay. If 30 dwarves. have logs, so that wasn't what was setting them off on trying to trade logs. But we might need to cut. If you are playing with elves and you think you're going to need a lot of wood, now that they've been by and traded, or before they trade at all, but they haven't set up the, hey, we want you to avoid chopping down trees, this is a time where you could go basically clear cut your map. And they might be angsty about it, but they're not going to throw a fit. They'll be like, avoid cutting trees. Sure. I think it is 20. Once you've cut down 25 trees, the next time they visit, they do the diplomacy thing. I'm not positive on that. And that does depend on your difficulty. It's something around there. Oh, I'm getting a lot of pigs. Yeah. Gotta remember, I do not have auto butcher on. So, let's go take a look at our pig situation. Pigs. Lots of piglets. Go ahead and castrate some of those. Yeah. That'll work. Now, I'd like to get... We already have 2 furs. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and castrate all of those, and when they grow up, butcher those. Are we looking on the cats? We need to set up separate male and female. Oh, cat. Cat. Cat, please. Cat. And we don't want to sort by cat. By pig. Or by dog. Train those into war dogs. Have 2 female, 1 male, 2 male, female, 4, 5, 6. Fine. And it's time for an ad break. Cat. How far it is. Male and female. Here. Welcome back from the ad. Gotta get better. I know. Gotta set up some kind of audible alert. I think we just had our first strange move. Stone workers work. Okay. Why is our water fighting? Hey, and JS, if you're still there, do you remember how far apart do I have to put the male and female animals to not have them breed. Do not remember. Say like 8 or 9. I'm really not sure. One that was claimed for the strange mood. Gathering items. Gathering a lot of items. What are you gathering? Some lignite. Fine. Those might just be artifact you're making. Okay. Wonder what's up with Dades. I would have expected him to be live by now. They rating him already. Tired yet, so I think I'm going for a while. Yeah, I know at one point it did not matter how far away they... I thought they had set it up where it did now matter. So you could safely set up a breeding operation without having to use auto butcher. Or worry about animal explosion. Not. Stoneworker has created Abyssal Egal, Gibson bracelet. He offers it to the Halls of Carnage. That is our silicon. I'll read about that for a second. The Piece of Traps. Treasures of the Halls of Carnage. The gypsum bracelet. All Kraftsdorf ship is of the highest quality. This object menaces with spikes of gypsum. On the item is an image of thin crosses in lignite. On the item is an image of rambutan. Yeah. So it's the Halls of Carnage, which that one was just the random generator came up with, and we were like, yes, accept Halls of Carnage. And then something, the Hammers of Raining, I think was the group name. There's our sibling. Yeah, the Hammer of Raining. So then we decided we needed a sport name with hammer in the title. And we had something pop up. We were friendly with the human and the elves. We're at peace. Which does not stop them from trying to steal our stuff. So we had a random name pop up that was something banners, and I decided we'll be the HammerBanners. We're the HammerBanners of the Hammers of Raining of the Halls of Carnage. Which we are okay with. Put in the workshops for clothing. We're gonna get this set up. This could be an interesting situation with the work orders to work out. We're gonna muddle our way through this. So clothing, microcline, and then we need one of leather as well. It should. I say should. It's very hit or miss on whether workshops should take priority in the DFhack stuff for the blocks, but it's inconsistent. Not doing them on those. I'm going to go through and say make top priority. This I have left DFhack on for, and I mean, I could play without it, but it would be very frustrating for that part. Yeah, fine. Have fun lurking. What I typically do when I'm watching. Though I appreciate all the questions and comments and chat. It is so much nicer to stream when there are people talking to you than trying to babble at the empty air. But lurkers are totally welcome. Being very slow at getting all of those nest box. Oh, but we had that period of time where I didn't have a manager. Forgetting about it. I think I'm gonna have to do a floor across here. They can walk and stuff down. See if that works. Let them slowly build out a floor they can walk on. Okay, so we have this. Now, in the default game, it has standing orders, automatically weave all thread. So we shouldn't need to do anything with creating thread. The spinning of the, hey Protec, the spinning of the wool or anything like that should automatically weave all thread. Crossing fingers, that works correct. But within there, that's at the loom. What are the other tasks? They should also automatically be collecting webs in the part of the cavern we have walled off if we ever have spiders there. To automatically weave. Basically, the loom should be automated by the vanilla game. By the standing work orders. Weave all thread, automatically collect webs. So I think that's all taken care of. What's not taken care of is this crap. Now, we know we need cloth bags. I'm gonna pause for a moment because we're gonna have to go work on these. What else do we want? Yarn bags are fine. No, stop that. We want rope. And I normally have a work order for rope and bags. So this is totally normal. It's not anything out of the ordinary for me so far. Rope. Cloth rope. So let's make 2 of those at a time. Until we have empty bags. Plant cloth is less than 10, is greater than 2. Down here. These are easy. Less than, yeah, greater than 2. Up. Oh. 2. Greater than 2. There we go. This one. Less than 10, greater than 2. And I want them to make bags and rope before they would make clothing. So that's why I'm saying this is greater than 2. I want this to be... They would trigger these work orders before they would trigger the clothing one. So, other clothing... What all do we want? Cloth trousers. Don't really want to set up one for everything, but... And like, does a tunic... I feel like that takes up the same spot as a vest. Do I need both? I think so. Tunic. Gloves. Shoes. Say shoes. Need some kind of... We already did trousers. Need socks. Guessing we need socks. Dresses for everyone. Like dresses. But we could do dresses for... Oh, and this is out of cloth, where it's a separate thing. Yarn? Make yarn trousers. Yarn. Yarn. Yarn shoes. Yarn socks. Need yarn tunic. Tunic. So that's socks, shoes, pants, shirt. Need, because they have like cloaks and hoods. I'm thinking cloak and hood as well. Give us a little variety. I don't know what's... There's just a head slot that's taking up. But yarn. Have yarn. Oh, and we have a hand slot. That's right. Yarn cap. Yarn cloak. There's yarn hood. Yarn cloak. Yarn hood. We have gloves. Cloth gloves. Not gonna mess with silk now. Darn. So at some point, we might set up proper silk stuff and come back to this. We'll see if we start building up a lot of silk. We will come work on it. Hang on. Let's do... at a time, I guess. I have no frame of reference for this. DFhack just puts in giant work orders every now and then on this stuff. So we will program this, and then we'll have to see if we start having clothing build up or if we start having naked dwarves run around. Then we will adjust. So the amount of trousers available is less than 10. That seems fine. I think I'm just gonna go with the default stuff on this. Where I have to like move my finger across my screen to see what line item I'm on here. That one was not the right one. Those. Grab that and that one. That all looks pretty good. So we're gonna let that run. We're gonna see how that turns out. Might be an issue, might not. I do need to set up our leather stuff, but this is normal. I always set this up myself. Leatherworks. So I need gloves. Bell. Need leather armor. Leather high boots. My personal preference. Do leather. This is for the army, the Mark store. So I need leather greaves. That's for when I do it out of metal. Leather. Leggings don't sound like they should be made out of leather, but okay. Leather leggings. Gloves, armor, boots, leggings. I need the helmet stuff. Leather cap or hood. Cap. Then I need backpack. Again, this is for the military dwarves. Then leather quiver. And leather water skin. Water skins. Again, I do not remember these work orders being make 3 of. That is strange to me. Make 2 of those at a time. So set this up. Make gloves. Needs to be leather. Specific leather though. Items. So anytime leather gloves is less than 10, I need to double check all of the cloth ones. Make 2. Anytime that already says leather armor, that's nice. This is generic high boots, so I need to change leather. This is the most frustrating part of the game, in my opinion, is working out the conditional stuff on the work orders. Like, it's very powerful, but it's also not completely intuitive on some of the stuff. And there are things in here that it does not actually have where you can specify the way you truly want, in my opinion. I've run into that before. Can't name any of them off the top of my head right now, but I know I've had that situation. And I don't know, some of these might only be able to be made out of leather, so it wouldn't have mattered anyway, but it makes me feel better to set just in case. I think it would have counted as flasks. Oh no, this one counts as flask. So leather, empty leather flask. Because if you can make it out of multiple types of material, sometimes that is important. Look back at the cloth ones. Got our empty bags, that's fine. Cloth trouser. I think I'm okay with all of that. Is there anything we're making? Tunics we're not doing out of leather. Trousers we're not. Shoe socks. Cloak hood. So I think that's all fine. Oh, cloth glove. That's the... Set this specifically. That is not cloth. Cloth. Type. Cloth. Cloth. No. Gloves. Cloth. Loincloth. Okay. This is one like I was talking about where I can't seem... Can I set it as wool? This is plant cloth. So that would be linen. Okay. All right, that would help here. Linen gloves. Okay. So that, I think theoretically would be restricted, and then yarn gloves would be wool. And it does allow all 3 types of wool, which is not what I want. Hair wool items. Unused yarn, hair, wool, cloth. Yarn cloth. One I want to be. Hair, wool, gloves. Okay. Theoretically, I think that is all set up the way I want, but massive question mark. Save, save, save. Okay, and eventually we'll get the dye industry set up, but that is low priority. We need to go back to bedroom. Set up the bed. Throw some in here. Put doors on quite a few of the rooms. Doors. There. All up. Yes, that was fine. Oh, one up here. Okay, now. Here's the question is, how many freaking bedrooms do we have now? That is my normal system. Well, very square and very uniform. Makes it easy to tell how many bedrooms I've already made. This does not. What do you? That. out that way a little bit. But I'm trying to make it where I'm not following a pattern. I'm being freehanding all of this, and we'll see how it goes. Otherwise, I wind up with a very clone-like over and over. Though I will say very efficient. Need any monster stairs? That first. That floor. Still have plenty of jets, so I don't think I need to set them to digging more. I got fine, yeah, lots of jets. That floor for the tavern. I can go ahead and move in. Actually, as dark as it was when we do it as furniture. But again, across this. To remove, I might just trash the basalt ones. Nope. I like my furniture to match, or we'll use it in an office somewhere. But at least in the tavern, it's all gotta match. I don't want to make it out of jet, so it's more of a purple that looks on the microcline, but fine. And we'll get rid of that meeting. Dining hall. Close, yeah, yep, I got it. Dining hall. Drink this. That. Area. There. Not add, not delete. That into tavern. Not accepting visitors. We're up to 100 goblets. No idea how many goblets one actually needs. That just always sounds like a nice number to me. I don't think... Are we making coffers yet? Probably not, though. No, we are. Obsidian coffers. Okay. Stick that in there to store mugs. I'm going to assign this dining hall to that. Burn. Yes, assign it. Okay. That should keep the dwarves quite happy. Still raining filthy filth out there. Joy. While they are working on all of the stuff, let's rooms. We're gonna start digging down to find the third cavern, find the magma. We're gonna set it up where we can bring magma up. It's human caravan. Yeah, that's fine. They are not a priority at the moment. Where my miners ran off to. I'll set up the male and female pens as far as I can reasonably get them apart, and we'll see what happens. Might or might not work. If it doesn't work, I'm back to saying that is a strong reason to use the auto put. Gray llama. We already neutered the water buffalo. Duck. Female duck. We're okay with that. Egg layer. Same thing with the peahen. Yeah, that's all okay. And having this to sort through your animals for assigning to pens, very nice. Okay, let's bring over trade goods. Want worn clothing. Inside the container. And then I have no idea if this is true or if this is just some headcanon I stuck on myself at some point. But in my head, they are allowed to grab items if they're bringing them over to the trade depot to satisfy the obtain item thing. I have no idea if that's true or not, but that's part of why I always have them, other than just difficulty with elves, have them bring over items individually. That could be total hogwash. I have no idea. But in my mind, that got stuck in there at some point, and I can't shake it. To me, it makes sense that that would be an option, that, hey, everybody's transporting items, time to sneak an item and obtain it. But, again, I have no idea if it's... Okay, bring items over, trading, and then we will start digging down. Fine, dolomite, we've already dug that out, so we've got flux ready to go. I'll have to set up the smelting. Smelting ready, going. Need defenses. We're behind on that. Oh, ad break. I appreciate if you stick around. It really helps the channel. And if anything interesting happens, I will pause. Otherwise, I'm just gonna trade with the humans here, and that's pretty boring. See you back shortly. If we actually have an ad break. Which has been a hit or miss on those right now. Do better about selling their ads. Don't have to end the stream for that? What? I'm not ending the stream. Or did you mean pause the stream? Yeah. Oh, we have an injured citizen. Why do we have an injured citizen? Restless after being to rest and recuperate? I thought that said unable, but no, that's able. Oh, she was out in the dwarven child, ran out in the freaky weather. No. No, I must have said that weird. Definitely no. Diagnosis required, yeah. Got out in the filth water. Why were you outside, dwarven child? Dan said, I need to set up the toy production. Dash them somewhere. No, we had an ad break, or it said we would have an ad break, and I was like, I will not pause. I will just keep trading with the humans during the ad break. But I don't think Twitch had actually sold an ad for that spot, so I haven't seen one. I've got to get pulled up to the side here, and I haven't seen pops. Who knows? Reindeer. Got some rope, some fine pewter bars. Let's grab one of the toy axe. Talking about having to make some else. Okay, it does say large. So I can assume what the elves were selling would actually. But they brought leather. Awesome. Don't need meat. Buy the plants. Our By the thread. See what they have as far as the leather and cloth go. That up by one. And there. Oh, we brought hemp cloth. Trade that. Get most of it. There we go. Trade. Excellent trade, humans. I appreciate that. Oh no, we got more migrants. Not good. They ran through the rain when they were coming inside and were just through the filth. Let's see where those migrants arrived, though. Migrants. Oh, you arrived in a different location. Interesting. I thought migrants always arrived at the same location. Out here. Child. Lost in despair? What? In despair when caught in freakish weather. Accidentally gonna have some, serial killer children developing here. Bad. Are any of these more health problems? So far, they have not had any long-term health problems. Been diagnosis required, and they had to rest. Watch you. Mean self. Ooh, okay. That might be the treatment, is that they have to go. I need to set up soap production and possibly walking through filth to get there, and a clean water source. Yeah. A diagnosis required. Moderate bruising. You weren't just in the rain, or was the filth causing bruise? Is it getting worse over time? Her fifth toe left foot is bruised. Lots of bruising. Beat you up. What the heck? You said you were in the rain. Did the rain beat you up? That would be weird. I'm not sure. Broker, you can go away. We don't need you to trade anymore. I do need to apparently get a clean water source. Where? At aquifer. Right over here. Raining feral cats and dogs. Yes. There must be aquifer. Be nice if it was aquifer up here, and I could have it collecting down there. If I just tunnel out that area, I'm not gonna make a whole lot of stuff. Bye. Here. That area out. How much of this on top is on? Hope it's not just. No, I had to do. Do not know. This could get interesting. have to do some weird shenanigans to get water where we want. Merchants will be soon. Raining of filth. Across the layers there. Here are my miners. Constructing thing. They come to mining. I have it at priority 1. Adequate miner. Here, you need training. Oh, okay. Stamp dig. Enough of this is aquifer around it. Here. Make that work. Here. High priority. Is aquifer, so that it would be that might more water if it's aquifer all the way over there. Not a great place. I think we're gonna have to move the pigs and make this our well area. Yep, that's what we're gonna have to do. Okay. Area here. They're gonna have to be taking baths more often. We might have a lot more water than we would normally about having for dwarves. Sure. Prefer to have it. Okay, that is leaking above. If we go out that out this water. Under the part of the aquifer that's over here. That's all aquifer going here. It would help a lot. Get my door pretty fast. That'll help. Okay, you come over here. How much of this is aquifer? Dig, 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 little dwarves! They have need of water. Okay, we're getting through it. All of the area. There. Dug out. That's aquifer. There is open light brown zircon. Raining filthy filth again. Okay, they are working through the making clothing stuff. Need to set up the stockpiles for that, both for the incoming and outgoing. How it all balances out. Okay, we're gonna have to move. So, where do we want to put the... I'm gonna stay over here. I pickups. That should work. Not want damp dig on anymore. I get rid of out thing. Okay. And then where's our staircase that goes down? Going down. Where's the 29? Down to I have not actually been keeping an eye to see if our atom smashers work correctly, but I'm assuming it is. I haven't been seeing miasma build up all in the fort. So... our other staircase is where we ran in. Oh, and I need to move that so I can put a in. Block off that. Go down. 20. Let's go down to that third cavern. We need to cross this out of not doing any roofs on the surface. Aquifer. Oh, because the door's not there yet. Uh-oh. Not good. Okay. Well, this could be fun. Make me a door really, really fast, please. Add task. Make a rock door. Or pronto. Immediately. Come on. Give me a rock door. Stone is fine. I don't care what it's made out of. Probably the issue. We're probably out of stone door. Door in place. Not so much water that you can keep the door in place, as I accidentally. Part of why I normally don't. I like rivers more than aquifers. Not so deep. Should have an issue with it. Also, going to build a wall just out of mudstone. Fine. Nope, we can't put a wall there. Job site is submerged. No, it's not. Need to drain this. I let it drain that way. Yeah, let's do that. Go dig that really fast. Come on, person. Dig. Water can drain in there. Or is in place. Okay. I gotta figure out how to block this off. There. Get water on top of it. That will override it. Right here. Power cap mushroom. Alright. Come on. Those real quick. Oh, and I gotta open the... Jump into the water. What the heck are you doing? Well, you're now a dead dwarf. That one. Can you get back up? Can you get back up? Miner, no. I dug down there. Get back up. Try that. Need to try that much. No. Dwarf. Don't try and walk across empty air to go build something. That's a good way to die. Down there, so works. Yeah, you're drowning. I realize. Because you're stupid. Okay, now there's a ramp. Upward slope. Theoretically, you should be able to get out of there. But did build that thing. Are we actually gonna be able to build? On. That. That. They're already all dead. I don't care about rescue. That. These make me very happy if you were able to do that. Excellent. Okay, now we're gonna lock that off, and I'm sorry you guys died. But jumped into the water. So water will build up there. Moody Dwarf Climbing Workshop, okay. Fair enough. We're gonna put another door over here. Move pigs. Okay. I'll go over there. Gonna get rid of this pasture. Going to down. Right. How much water? Okay. Drain off the water, but we can work on that. Want a well. Hear what it's made out of. Well, right there. like it finished, so I believe I have now killed off this little area of cavern, but I'm not 100%. Done the mysterious constructions, find everything. You're out of team sides. A stockpile for cloth. There. Onget Dorn Shebeth Miner has created Zedot Thesis Habar Lulter, a gypsum coffer. Claims it as a family heirloom. We will. Oh, you claimed it as family heirloom. Jerk. I'm gonna say we could use that for some noble quarters later on, but no, we can't. Okay, this can be finished goods, armor, headwear, legwear, handwear, and footwear that are non-artifact. You can also be chains, that's ropes, furniture, bags. Okay, and we'll have our workshop, our clothing workshop. Give that stockpile. Except there only. Then we'll do another one later for worn clothing that might or might not work. Usually works decently well, but it's not perfect. And we do need storage there for armor of the. Or no, we'll just allow all armor that is adamant, steel, bronze, or leather, non-artifact, and is unusable as well, and we'll just keep an eye on it. We might have to clean it out every now and then. Stockpile, let's get rid of that. I need to do a stockpile for skids. Going fairly well. Our bedroom situation progressing. 2 more of them. Floors made out of net. Beds around. Those bedrooms. Okay, so can trigger the engraving when they have time. It's not a priority. Most of the area, at least. Dirt. After this. The alert about caravan from the mountain home has arrived. Why are the work orders trying to trigger? if we don't have tanned hides. They say don't the amount of tanned hides available greater than, and it's not, so you should not be doing. Yep, we set all that up. We still have one injured. Bucket is full. We have an operational well now. Excellent. Make a slab. A rock slab. Make like 5 of these. I'm so behind schedule. Not a good situation. That's flooded. Not. Down this way. That's all flooded now. Not flooded. Oh. Did we finish digging down? Tolerate. Okay. Highlights. Tolerate like that. Gabbro. Now, have we missed the... Or... we not hitting? Down to 0. As far as we can... Okay. Out some branching pathways and look... Oh, pause. Not do a dig whether it's damp or not. That was faster. That way. Oh, quick ad break. I appreciate it if you stick around. Helps the channel. I will pause if something interesting happens. That trigger a little early. Move these guys over. Thing. Have want to bring over. Put on flux. Coal could be interesting. We have some wood we can get. Bring over garden vegetable. Bring over stone blocks? Or do we want to go ahead and start asking? Platinum. Trying to figure out what I want to trade. Welcome back from ad break. Ask for platinum. Probably be stocking this up for royal. But why do I have so little to trade? All of the figures, right? All of the figurines. Haven't made a whole lot of figurines since the last time, or we traded them all to the human. Not an artifact. Words. Some would be too heavy. Tourmaline. Strawberry seed. And the chicory. Prickleberry, chicory, fisherberry. None of this are we gonna grow. One problem with either eating them raw or making them into alcohol. We get having. Okay, we'll trade all that. Should hopefully be finding that cavern. Determined. Find something. Stone located, okay. In my molten spot. So I think we passed the third cavern and we're right down by the magma sea. Yeah, okay, let's move it this way. All that. Go up here and dig. Dig. Okay, you're not above it. Going. Operation as well. Trader is paid, yeah. Trading. Okay, broker, come over here and trade real quick. They brought the sheep. You need to move our trade down. It's high up right now. Have to trade. Grab some food and drink variety. This is how we're gonna have to make all of our brew from fruit. That is less than 20. That one, no. Cloth. Full. Expensive. Knock a few of these out. Correct. Okay, trade that. Get back down there. Are we doing as far as the magma sea and the cavern? Worm. Not run into anything warm. We're okay if I do a quick channel there. Fine. It isn't. Well, I'm sorry, dwarf. Didn't make the rock slab, so I need to go engrave. Wrong height. Form from what's below you. I like this. There we go. Found the magma sea. Okay. So, where in between said magma sea, which technically is on level 14, on level 15. third one is. Are you the? No, definitely second one. So the third one's got to be really narrow. Yeah, really shallow. And explore that way and that way. And then I got to figure out where I can set up to go collect some magma. Go. Close. Stop digging. Not. Heck. Not have auto chop on. Why are you trying to chop down the? Really weird. Okay, build a wall right there. Yeah, that top priority. Block this cavern off. Nope. What are you doing? Select webs. No, nope, nope. Add a burrow. Over to there. Up. Up. Spot. Side. Cavern area. One better. I'm just gonna higher level. Got it walled off. They can't get to anywhere else on that level. Part of the burrow. They don't want you guys to go outside, so yeah, I'm gonna leave the burrow as that. Everybody. And I do not want you out of the burrow. Get back down here. That. Follow you. Where are you going? Nope, come back around. Okay. We're building. Nice timing. I don't think any other dwarves slipped into there, so they theoretically, I think. Space, got magma. Magma flows 7 out of 7. If we do one, yeah, going to channel down. That go over to there. Eventually, we'll come over here, channel, where we'll do our magma collection, right? Floor of Mudstone, the high priority. Get more migrants? We got more migrants. Okay, we are so far behind. So back up here. Yeah. Figure out where I am. Bedrooms. We've got to do more bedrooms. Wait for a little bit. We need charcoal. Bars. other material, coal, stone, economic, bit of coal, and lignite. Iron ore. Ores, hematite, limonite, and magnetite. That is other metal ores. Not hematite, limonite, or magnetite. Down here, we need more drops. That one, that way. That out. We'll set up some smelter real quick that's not a magma one to get stuff going. Then we'll come back. Did we ever build? Ashery's gonna. Well, I also need. Did we build a wood furnace? We did build a. So set up charcoal. Make charcoal. Whenever refined coal, which is called coke in the stockpiles, is less than logs are greater than 10. Go chop down all the trees. That we have a ton of area, but enough. Okay, we do aquifer there. You guys can do damp stone dig there, that's fine. Whatever we do that. Do a smelter real quick out of my mine. The ashery, since it has 3 things, does not, even though you tell it top priority, it will not take the microcline block top priority. So I would have to go cancel the cavern floor to get the ashery. I should. So we're going to get rid of anything planned. You guys are already in place. You're not planned. Can I undo? Buildings built in place. That's the one that got me. Mode, remove or cancel. Excellent. Okay. You guys stay doing that. You need a stockpile of prepared food to sit in the cavern. Those can be fed from this stockpile. Will give items there. That one. Okay. Do a pile here. Might keep the children. We did just lock them in a burrow. Well, we locked everybody in a burrow. Probably okay. Myth. Fire safe material. Microcline. Microcline. Actually, yeah, we have a little. grab some. Off dam. Hopefully there's not an aquifer right there. It is, I guess we'll go do a job. Auto assign. At the livestock. Pigs. Male, neutered. This castrate. What's our boar situation? You guys can be slaughtered. Ow. I don't think I brought the sheep down out of the tree. You bring all of those down. All the gods. So we will stick them in with the egg layers. Oh, I do. Assign here. Pigs assigned here. On this one, include egg layers. Grab everything else. Back to the all the pigs. I did want to have war dogs actually upstairs. That this I appear to have a lot of dogs. Go check that. Dog. Not all of the dogs, it was. You're not showing puppies. That's it. Okay. Male dogs. Male dogs. Castrate. Puppies. A lot of puppies. And here. All of those male puppies. Okay. Our cat situation now. Cats together. Those. That explosion on our hand. Spores. Else. Bam. Yep, that's fine. For the war dogs. Back. That's basically what I need to do and then glance at it and look at any that it still has the option to neuter, and do I want them neutered or not? Okay. So I think I will work on getting the magma up. We'll get the smelter going. I think there. So thank you for everybody that tuned in.